public session of our board meeting. And before I proceed with the agenda, I just wanted to make a few comments that this is the first year of a new term, and we do have some new trustees who have joined our group. And so I've decided that I would try to also make the meetings informative in the way of the procedures of the board, so that I might go a little bit slower and take some time to explain procedurally why we're doing what we're doing, because I thought it would be helpful to the new trustees. So so just bear with me if it's old hat to some of you, but I thought it would be helpful for the new trustees to learn their way through, because board meetings are formal meetings, whereas you might sit on other committees where it's less structured and less formal. But our public board meetings are formal meetings, and they do follow rules of procedure. And you have a copy of all those procedures in the bylaws in your binder. So with that, I'd like to announce the attendance, and we have all trustees, including our 2 student trustees, present tonight. And I'm calling now for a motion to approve the agenda for tonight, and with the note that it does have 2 addendums. Moved by trustee Buckler, supported by trustee Sipcar. All in support? On the agenda? Yes. Trustee Chin and trustee Nelson. Okay. Trustee Chin, on the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to make a substitute of the motion.
Oh.
To make it
When we get to that item, you can bring that forward. Okay, and trustee Nelson, you had a question about the agenda? No? Okay. Okay, all right. So that's carried. Thank you very much. And now a motion to convene to our private session meeting. Trustee Leclerc and trustee Sipcar, all in support. Any opposed? That's carried. So the trustees now will be moving into a private session meeting where there will be no members of the public. And when that meeting is done, we reconvene as the public meeting at 7 o'clock. Okay? So we're now in like to bring the public meeting back into session. Just for those who have just joined us, we have already called the meeting to order at 5:30, and as far as attendance goes, all of our trustees and our 2 student trustees are present, and we already approved our agenda for tonight's meeting, and then we had to convene to private session. So now we're back out of private session and back out into the public meeting. And we do have a large group of spectators here tonight to watch us do our business. So I would like to welcome everyone here tonight and just ask that everyone respects the decorum of the room. It is a formal meeting, and we do have a lot of business on our agenda that we need to tend to. So your cooperation with that would be appreciated. To begin the session now, I would like to call on Trustee Buckler to present the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, the Lena, the Lenape, and the allied nations to peacefully share and care for resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis.
Thank you very much, Trustee Buckler. And now I'm going to call on the director for special orders of the day, and I would respectfully ask that we stand for this.
A tribute to Adam Pham. Adam loved Minecraft. When given a choice on how to present an assignment, he would choose Minecraft as his medium. He enjoyed reading Diary of 8-Bit Warrior, a graphic novel series based on Minecraft, and shared his love of reading them with his peers. Adam was a quiet student, but always willing to help classmates that needed assistance. He was good with technology, and would often volunteer his time to assist classmates and his teacher when they needed help. During coding activities, Adam happily provided students with refreshers on how to code Ozobots, I'm not sure I got that right, and posted Adam-approved tutorials to the class EDSB page. He was able to edit class videos with ease and was very proud of his work. He was very private about his health concerns, and he never complained. Adam suffered from IPEX disease, which made physical activity difficult for him, but he rarely, if ever, asked to be excused from physical education classes. Adam also never used absences as a reason to fall behind in his classwork. He made every effort to stay caught up and to complete his work. He was a good student, and he was a good person. Please join me in a moment of silence in honor of Adam. And now I'd like to read a tribute to Audrey Aikens, who was an exceptional Greater Essex County District School Board teacher who spent the last 10 years of her career at Sandwich Secondary School. She was a caring and compassionate educator who fostered a spirit of respect and cooperation in her colleagues and her students. In more than 25 years as an English teacher, she consistently set high standards for her students, and they rose to that challenge. Students and colleagues will always remember Audrey for her calm demeanor and her gentle spirit. Audrey was also the golf team coach at Sandwich, applying her vast knowledge and skill in the sport to her goal of improvement and enjoyment of the game for students. Over the last 3 years, Audrey demonstrated inspirational mental and physical fortitude, battling leukemia. She was an inspiration to so many. Every day, she will be missed by her husband Donald, her children Jada and Dallas, the colleagues who were fortunate to work with her, and the thousands of students who were fortunate enough to sit in her classroom. Please join me in a moment of silence for Audrey. Please be seated.
Thank you, Director Kelly. Moving on to the agenda, item E, are there any declarations of conflict of interest for this agenda? Nope. Seeing none, I'll move on to item F, actions of the board meeting in the private session.
So I'm looking for a mover for F1. Trustee Burgess and Trustee Buckler will second that. And all in favor? Thank you, that passes.
Thank you, Trustee Cook. Moving on to approval of the minutes. Could I get a motion for G1, G2, and G3? Trustee Sipcar, Trustee Leclerc. Are there any corrections, additions, deletions to those minutes? No. Then I'll call for approval of G1, G2, and G3, which are the minutes of November 1st, November 14th, and November 15th. All those in support? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Any business arising from those minutes? Nope. Seeing none, we'll move on to presentations from our student trustees.
Good evening, trustees, senior administration, and Director Kelly. Happy December. Congratulations to Chairperson Hatfield and the new Board of Trustees. Paige and I look forward to working with you all this year. A few weeks ago, Student Senate held our November meeting at Kennedy Collegiate Institute. It was so nice to see the KCI library decorated by members of the KCI Student Council who were thrilled to have us meet there. We received a presentation from the Ontario Student Nutrition Program in which students learned about how it works and ways to get involved. Our Student Senate holiday giving activity is in the works. This year, Student Senate is creating a coloring book that will be delivered to Windsor Regional Hospital to hand out to children during the winter season. Senators also had the chance to share their school news and events planned for the holidays. These include pep rallies, Remembrance Day ceremonies, fun runs, spirit weeks, can drives, holiday assemblies, pancake breakfasts, and more. The 13th Annual Student Leadership Conference took place on November 9 at Shisharo Club, and it was a great success. It was so inspiring to be surrounded by more than 200 secondary school leaders for meaningful discussions. Participants were encouraged to come up with their own answer to the important question of what is leadership. Students heard inspiring thoughts on leadership from senators, participated in skill-building activities, and shared their best practices with other students. A notable moment was the school spirit chants, when students attempted to prove that their school had the most spirit. We received a lot of great feedback on the day, which will be used to help future student trustees plan the conference. We would like to thank the Student Leadership Conference Committee and the staff and students for their enthusiastic participation. We are also in the planning stages of the 2023-24 student trustee elections. The expression of interest form will be open until January 15th, and we continue to encourage grade 10 and 11 student leaders to consider running for the positions. Students are reading announcements at their schools, posting on EDSB and on social media to promote the elections. Paige and I plan to provide information sessions to discuss the role. This will include an overview on the position of student trustee and allow candidates to ask any questions they may have. Paige and I are grateful to Michelle Marcus, Superintendent Korbach, as well as Director Kelly for their continued guidance and support in our roles. We would also like to wish the staff and students of the GECDSB a very happy and safe holiday season. And now I will pass it off to Student Trustee Hawkins for our Student of the Month.
Thank you. The student of the month for November is Eugene Anekwe, a grade 12 student at Sandwich Secondary School. Eugene is an outstanding model of this month's theme of school spirit. Eugene is lively, energetic, confident, and seeks to involve others in the life of the school. Over the years, Eugene has been a member of many school clubs, including robotics, DECA, and yearbook. He enthusiastically supports school activities, including Grade 9 Day and Spirit Weeks, in which he's won the best costume 2 years in a row. As a member of the track and field team, him and his teammates led the annual Fill a Cruiser event to collect groceries for the food bank in LaSalle. Eugene's spirited nature has ultimately created a joyful and more successful team. Eugene says, "If we all helped each other a little more and took a little more time to do good, the world would be a much better place, and no better place to start than in your own local community." The following testimonials attest to how Eugene's uplifting personality has had a positive impact on the Sandwich community. From Mr. Robinson, a teacher at Sandwich Secondary, Eugene embodies what true school spirit should be. He takes on every challenge asked of him. He does it all to the best of his ability, and he does it with a smile on his face. From principal and vice principal at Sandwich Secondary, Eugene is an excellent ambassador of school spirit. He participates actively in school activities, including Grade 9 Day and Spirit Weeks. In fact, he was a winner of the recent Halloween costume contest. He embraces diversity and works tirelessly to improve the life of his school. Eugene strives to make people demonstrate their best. And from Marco Oliverio, the Prime Minister of Sandwich Secondary School, Eugene is a brilliant mind and a bright student with an even brighter future. That is why I believe Eugene truly has the potential to make change and to have a positive impact on the world as he has done here inside the very walls of our schools. Congratulations to Eugene on being selected as Student Senate's November Student of the Month. And Eugene is joining us tonight, so me and Aya are very proud to present the certificate to him.
Well, congratulations to our Student of the Month from the trustees. Well done. And next item on our agenda, delegations. Item J, we have no delegations. Item K is the speakers list, and we do have 4 people signed up to speak. I'll call them up in the order that I have here. The first speaker is Gemma Gray Hall, speaking on matters of anti-Black racism within the GECDSB. Welcome, Gemma, and you have 5 minutes, and thank you for providing us with a written copy of your remarks. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. And I want to congratulate all the newly elected school board trustees. The work that you've assembled to complete is important, and your efforts are valued and appreciated. And to our newest school board trustee, Christine Nelson, we are so incredibly proud. Congratulations. Yes. We want to thank the Greater Essex County District School Board for their courage in developing the Dismantling Anti-Black Racism Strategy. This strategy represents hours of work from administration, consultants, community members. We are pleased to have been part of its development and continued implementation. Looking back to our first meeting in September 2020, when the Black Women of Forward Action School Board delegation, as part of the Black Council, came to address administration with our concerns and recommendations. Mandatory anti-racism training for board members, principals, curriculum development, professional development days, anti-racism workshops, training for teachers, increased examples of Black contributions in curriculum, an allyship club. Since then, our suggestions have been adopted. And from our meeting on June 8th, 2021, when Josh Canty told us that plans have been strengthened to also include Ontario human rights training, regulation development, data collection, mandatory attendance at PD days, an HR hiring plan, as well as a student anti-racism conference with 1,200 attendees. We are pleased to continue to collaborate with you and be part of the Implementation Advisory Committee and hope that our efforts are matched by ministerial and board funding to support the adoption of these initiatives. Regarding your most recent directive prohibiting the N-word in the Greater Essex County District School Board environment, we hope as you continue to strengthen the communication surrounding this directive, the board will also implement a mechanism to communicate it to the wider community and document these incidences so that when they arise within board records, this strategy will highlight your progress on the directive and other anti-racism approaches and should be incorporated into the performance appraisal to the ministry of your board, its members, and administration. As a community, we are informally aware of incidents when racial slurs are spoken, but when these occurrences are tracked, recorded in employee records, and discipline is administered in a timely manner, then the administration has conducted their due diligence to ensure the professional conduct in teachers in a discrimination and harassment-free workplace and create a learning environment that develops students to their fullest potential. Anything less than this reporting structure would create the perception that uttering racial slurs is condoned by the administration. We've heard firsthand of teachers being walked out of classrooms for using profanity. Uttering racial slurs in a work and learning environment should warrant no less repercussions for students as well as staff. I do not believe that there is anyone that would disagree that saying this word is abhorrent, unprofessional, and unacceptable in all settings. Teachers are supposed to model exemplary behavior in the classroom. We ask that you remove the politics. Meet with your union representatives and organizations to craft a policy with clear and transparent disciplinary steps that can be implemented by administration and the union. This change will benefit all students, improve the learning environment, and create a better workplace culture for all of your employees. The Black Council and myself look forward to continuing our efforts to dismantle anti-Black racism by working together to create the best environment possible for all teachers, students, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gemma. There might be questions from trustees for clarification. So just to explain to the new trustees that when we have a speaker, we don't get into debate or discussion about their topic, but you can ask questions if there's a point that they mentioned in their presentation and you require further clarification of that point. So you can ask questions of clarification only with the speaker's presentation. So on this presentation, I'll ask you, trustees, are there any questions for clarification? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Trustee Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the speaker with regards to the student success and reports to the ministry. Could you just elaborate on that point there? You had mentioned document incidents and report to the ministry.
In accordance with the Education Act, I believe it's Section 10, it specifically talks about the performance for the board, as well as the administration, as well as the leadership. You've done so much great work to ensure that you've created a dismantling anti-Black racism strategy. Why not celebrate your success by ensuring that the minister is aware of all the great work that you're doing? In order to ensure that your directive is implemented and followed, it's imperative that you're tracking these incidences and occurrences. How else will you be able to demonstrate that things are getting better? Thank you, Trustee Nelson.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for clarification? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming tonight to speak to us.
Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next on the speakers list, we have Patsy Koppas on agenda item L3. Patsy here? Okay. Yeah. It should still be on, I think. No? Oh. Patsy, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and it would be helpful if you could submit the presentation in written form to the director's office. Could you do that, please?
How do I do that? This is the first time I've ever done this, so I,
Okay. Do you have it written out there? Maybe you could leave that with us after your presentation, or do you need it back?
no, I have another copy,
Okay.
just in case I scribble on this. I'll just mention that I do have a disability, so I'm going to try my best to do this in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So can I start now? My name is Patsy Koppas. I'm a mother, grandmother of 3 school-aged children. I support Linda Kinn's motion to make public the list of books that this board has approved. Please explain how any of us in this room who left school, got married, had children without all the resource books that are now being pushed by this board. I am here today to express my concern regarding several books that are available to our children in the school board. What happened to protecting children from seeing graphic sex acts and language that would make your jaw drop, but no education about the dangers of online predators? Durham Region offers a monthly free sex trafficking education and prevention program. Windsor-Essex offers books that promote online apps and explicit sexual activities. Not one book mentions love, marriage, or have any regard for religious or moral beliefs of parents or their children. Another example, Fun Home. The books I have seen available in your library contain graphic illustrations of sex acts and inappropriate language. Just recently, there was a headline, 107 people were arrested on 428 charges involving exploitation, sexual abuse, making and sharing child pornography. The police said, "We ask everyone out there to recognize the importance they play in protecting our children. Does that include schools? Your schools have filters to block obscene or pornographic websites in school, including online apps. But that same content is available in books on the shelves of the school." These excerpts are from This Book is Gay, found in 3 secondary schools. These are a few things that they said in there. Gay and bi men have taken to app sex like ducks to sexy water. The benefits of Grindr, which is an online app, are obvious. Quick, easy, and uncomplicated sex. The following is excerpts from this book with words that may make you feel uncomfortable. But remember, you bought these books. The images will shock you. They say, 2 men can pleasure each other in a variety of fun ways. Handies, in order to be able to come at all, you or your partner may need to finish off with a handy. A good handy is all about the wrist action. Rub the head of his back and forth with your hand. Blowies, oral sex is popping another dude's peen in your mouth. Watch the teeth. It's more about sliding your mouth up and down the shaft of his. I could go on with this. I feel very uncomfortable reading it, so I can't understand why it's in the school. I read this to my 14-year-old grandson, and he got upset. It also says straight people have anal sex all the time, too. 2 women can pleasure each other in a variety of fun ways. Fingers or orally. They say all people, gay or otherwise, must recognize that there is one universal truth of the universe. We all want to have sex with loads of people. I want to be very clear. We are not homophobic, nor against the 2 SLGBTQ+. We know many in the Windsor community. How are books chosen? Who approves them? What is the process for removing them from the libraries? What about these books? Fun Home. Fun Home shows an explicit image of oral sex, which would be considered pornographic anywhere else. Push is the most disgusting book I have ever read that uses the N-word numerous times and talks about a child being molested by her parents. As for the parents here, we need to protect our children from school boards who approve these types of books.
Yes, I cannot see your signs clearly. Could you walk around, ask trustees to watch the signs clearly? Thank you.
That's not a question of,
That's for clarification. I don't know the information. I cannot see that.
Point of order, that's not clarification. That is not, you don't need to clarify for all of us, and we're not asking you to do that.
Trustee
Thank
Chin,
you.
if you need to, you could go over.
Do you find these images offensive? Is that the reason why you don't want to see them?
No,
It's already in the non-school board. Why should we hide?
we're not.
Yeah, it's not.
No.
It's just for
Trustee
reference.
Chin, you're out of order, and please,
For you to come forward, so go back.
Trustee Chin, I explained clearly that our bylaws limit the questions to clarification only. Trustee McKinley?
Yeah, you mentioned these books and that they were in some of our libraries. Could you give the name, which schools have the books so that the superintendent of education can find
Well,
out
that
if they're
concerns me
books?
that if you don't know, because you're
I'm
the
a
trustee.
brand new trustee. I haven't
Oh,
been here
I'm
for the last
sorry.
4
I'm
years.
so
and
sorry.
My kids have been out of high school for over 10, so I haven't been in
Yeah.
the libraries checking
We do
out
have
their
other
books.
speakers that have more information, but this is the first time I've come here, and I just wanted
Well,
to
you
make a point.
mentioned the books, that's why I asked.
Oh, yeah,
what
the book,
libraries are
there's
they
a
in.
book called Push, there's a book called Fun Home, this book is gay. There are several books, and they're all in the libraries.
Which libraries, though? They're not in all of our libraries, I'm assuming. Well, yeah, if you want to physically take them off the shelves. Sorry.
The speaker needs to answer that question, not the audience. So Trustee McKinley has asked, you mentioned in your presentation, these books are in our school libraries, and the
I was told
trustee-
that the book Push was in Herman, but it's been removed.
Okay, so are you
And-
able,
But I don't have that information in front of me. I wasn't prepared that I'd be asked for that.
okay, thank you. Trustee Cook?
So just point of clarification, so you're up here speaking and showing pictures about books that you don't even know if they're actually in the system.
They are.
You don't know where they are. You
I-
cannot, you chose to come up here and speak and tell us that, excuse me, you chose to come up here and speak.
I'll have to
Okay,
ask people from the audience to leave the room if they can't respect the decorum of this forum.
So you chose to come up here and speak with all due respect, and you're telling us these books are in there. I'm asking you, what schools are they in? Don't look in the audience. You chose to speak. You should have that information.
I only have 5 minutes to speak, though.
I'm asking you one quick question.
Point of order.
What schools
Point
are
of
these
the
books
point
in?
of order.
Okay. Do you have the answer? No. It is a point of clarification. Right, it is.
Point of order. Can I say?
if
Can
I
I say
was-
anything?
What? I will provide you.
Okay,
I'm just new to the EDSB app, so I can talk to my grandson tonight and get him to go on there, if you need clarification.
And I hear what you're saying, but I'm just going to say, if I was asked to speak on something, I would research it first without getting up in front of a whole bunch of people and saying that these books are
Point of order.
And
order,
saying,
please.
and saying these books are in schools, but you can't tell us where they're at.
Can you?
I'm not up there speaking about it.
Madam Chair, a point of order has been called. Everything stops for a point of order.
I'm appalled. I'm a
didn't
concerned
hear
parent. I
someone-
came
I
in here.
didn't hear
I spent
any-
hours doing this. And now you're telling me that I have to show you proof of books that you've approved to be on the shelves for my grandchildren.
Trustees didn't
How dare you?
personally- Trustees don't
Are you too lazy
personally-
to go on there and check it out for yourself?
No.
I realize that, but I only have 5 minutes
You
to
have
do my
5 minutes to
speech.
speak, and then trustees have the right to ask questions for
Chris,
clarification.
and I understand
That's
that.
not within your 5 minutes. We're not taking away from your time to speak.
Okay, this is the
So-
first time I've spoken.
Yep, I understand
Next
that.
time, I'll make sure that I have page numbers and everything printed
you.
off, and I will hand it out to you.
Thank you. And I don't know, trustee Burgess, someone had a point of order, you did?
Okay.
Trustee Chin called for a point of order several times, and my
I
understanding of a
didn't hear
point
her.
of order is that everything stops and you hear the point of order and
I didn't
determine.
hear her.
Okay, you asked for them, and I
Trustee
have
Chin?
them.
Trustee Chin, you have a point of order?
Oh, yes, I just don't feel comfortable to push pressure to the speakers. And I think she already has answers now. Let's give us the
That's
time
not
to
a point
answer.
of order,
It's,
trustee
it's
Chin.
not fair to,
Trustee Chin? That's not a point of order.
Okay, I'm going to answer your question. Tecumseh Vista Academy Secondary School, W.F. Herman Academy Secondary School, and Westview Freedom Academy Secondary School. That's the book Push that mentions the N-word many, many times, and a lot of vulgar information in there, rape of a young girl by her parents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
you.
I'm glad
Thank
someone
you.
could give you the
Thank
answer.
you.
Thank you.
I'll see myself out after this, but how you just treated somebody who said she had a disability, that was not a point of order. That was a criticism, and that was disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Those remarks were not appropriate to this meeting. And if we can't be more responsible, I will clear the room before we continue. The next speaker is Lisa Bonici, again on item L3. Lisa? And Patsy, could you leave us a copy of your remarks, please? There you go. Ms. Bonici, do you have a copy that you could leave us as well?
I'll send it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lisa. Thanks for having me. To give a little background, I'm a mother of 2 and former teacher. My lifelong passion for education motivates me to spark a love of learning in people of any age, and I'm a literacy advocate. Over many years, I've enjoyed volunteering in various schools and organizations across Windsor-Essex County. For example, as a university student, I volunteered for the early literacy program in the Catholic Board, and as a mother, I volunteer at school. That's just a little background. I'm here tonight to express my support for Trustee Chin's motion to publish new books to the board website. Given that this topic has been discussed at former board meetings, I am aware that it was announced to staff that new books have been purchased for school libraries and that over 80 titles were shared to staff. Therefore, I think it should be also beneficial to make a similar announcement to parents and the public on the board site to share new titles, especially given the amount in the name of transparency. I would imagine the board would be proud and excited to announce that books have been purchased for every single school in our board, 55 elementary and 15 secondary. This is a huge purchase. That's a lot of books and a lot of schools. I am sure this kind of announcement would be taken positively. Investing in literacy is a worthy cause. Again, given that this topic has been discussed at previous board meetings, a book was brought up several times that was on this list, which caught my attention too, titled How Mamas Love Their Babies. This picture book is intended for grades JK to 3, and although its title seems harmless, it contains sensitive, controversial, sexual content that many individuals or families find inappropriate, offensive, or outside of their family's beliefs, moral values, and philosophies because it introduces strippers to children. Parents teach their children that their naked bodies are not to be shown or touched by anyone. Then this book presents strippers, a job they likely never heard of, who show their naked bodies and dance for strangers. This is confusing for young children. Kids model what they see and hear. it isn't a stretch to say it could influence kids. Do we want kids pretending to be strippers at recess or at the house center? This book should not be in our schools. Families teach their children morals, values, etc., and for some, this book is disrespectful. Many parents and teachers do not feel this complex topic of strippers is age appropriate. Again, it is a picture book. Even if it's a teacher's resource and teachers and students do not have access to it on shelves, it is up to the teacher's discretion. They have the freedom to read it to their class. So students could still be shown this book, prompting questions and discussion. This possibility makes me upset. It is up to parents to decide when they want to talk about strippers, sex workers, etc., not the school, especially when this is not related to the curriculum for primary-aged kids. This book, honestly, is a poor reflection of the board. I feel the board is not being supportive of parents in our rights to determine what materials our children have access to. Prior to learning about this book, it never crossed my mind that my kids could be exposed to inappropriate books in school. Now that I know about the book How Mamas Love Their Babies, I am concerned there could be more ill-chosen books in our libraries. I am disappointed and I'm losing trust in the board, and I know many others are also losing confidence, and that includes your own educators. Some concepts and knowledge are too heavy for young children. By subjecting students, our children, to adult concepts, we are expecting them to carry a load that is too heavy for them. Parents are the authority figure over our children. We love them the most, we know them the best, and many don't want this book near our kids, including me. Again, I support this motion because this shocking book has been added to libraries without parental knowledge. Many are only aware of this specific book because it was brought up at previous board meetings, which is honestly upsetting. But if a list was made public, more parents would be aware and in the loop about what books our children have access to. Thanks. And here's two images. Here's a stripper pole and shoes. And here's another one with the word stripper in it. So even if it's not implied, it says it there. So that prompts questions. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The book that you mentioned, the stripper moms, and I remember for the previous meetings, the superintendent already clarified that it's not for kids to be able to get access. It's just for the teachers to consult. And I wonder if you have any information regarding it. Thank you.
Yes. I spoke with a trustee and a different trustee, and I was told that they were told that a teacher has discretion, so they could still choose to bring that book up and read it to their own class. That kids can't take it out. It's not on the shelves, although it was. There are people that saw it on shelves, and I think it's been moved now, but it is a teacher resource now, but that still leaves it up to its teacher to bring it up, and that still cuts us out, and I don't like that.
Are there any other, Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I think it's a question of clarification, but for you as chair perhaps, and for administration. I'm wondering on our agenda for speakers list, do we have to have speakers that are public education supporters, or are they from the broader community? They're from the broader community. Okay. So
Nothing
somebody
in our
from
bylaws about.
Yeah, somebody who does support any of the 4 boards or none can speak to what we have on our board. Thanks. I just want to make sure.
It's the way our bylaws are right now. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Any other trustee questions for clarification? Trustee Chin?
I have another question regarding the data the information. Are they in the? Did you find that in the database already, or you didn't find? Thank you.
Yeah, I believe the database is called Destiny, and you can look up any subject matter author book title or anything like that. And as of yesterday, it was in 38 elementary schools.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Send your copy to the director's office?
Yes, no problem.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, the last speaker is Haley McLean, also speaking on agenda L3. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you also have 5 minutes to speak, and if you could provide us with a written copy.
Where would you like it to go?
To Ms. LeBoeuf, fourth one over, if you have it, yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Haley, and I am a wife, mother of 3, and was an elementary and secondary school teacher for 6 years. I stand here before you and ask you to shed your preconceived notions, to shed your political affiliations, to shed your career titles. I appeal to you to simply be the man and woman, husband and wife, mother and father that you are. I ask that you listen to what I'm about to read to you with an open, unbiased mind. I challenge you to challenge yourselves whether the following texts provide the educational context that you yourself received in school, that you expect when sending your own children to school, and the education those who elected you had in mind when doing so. The following texts are 3 examples of books readily available to our children within our school libraries. The first book, It's Perfectly Normal, by Roby H. Harris. Currently, if you do look online, you can see that there are 2 school copies in elementary schools. This book contains excerpts and illustrations involving sexual activities and sexual nudity. It has several illustrations of various sexual positions and many illustrations of nude children, adolescents, and adults. Further illustrations within this text include visual demonstrations of masturbation, child showering, and a variety of hetero and homosexual acts. How does this serve our children ages 4 to 14? Second book has already been mentioned this evening, and it's one that I actually read 20 years ago. And I'm definitely not a naive, prude individual, and I read a lot of books, and I specifically remember the graphic terminology in this book myself. At this moment, I will not read excerpts from this book, Push, because it is absolutely too disturbing, graphic, and could be triggering to survivors of sexual assault. Push discusses explicitly the sexual and emotional abuse that an African-American man inflicts upon his young daughter. The abuse is explicit and leaves nothing to the imagination, detailing incest and everything from genital molestation to forced vaginal penetration from a father to his young pubescent daughter. Are these really the descriptions and literary stories we desire our youth to consume? If this content wasn't inappropriate enough, the language used consists, but isn't limited to, excessive and frequent profanity and racially derogatory terms. Push has a profanity count of 314, including the F word 83 times, the N word 22 times, and the P word describing female genitalia is also mentioned on numerous occasions. I could go on, however, I urge you to read the excerpts that will be provided and see for yourself. Please explain to me how depicting a black family where the father uses a pubescent daughter for his own sexual desires, which by the way is illegal in Canada, is in any way benefiting and enriching their learning experience. And on that note, today on Twitter there was a post made by the GECDSB PR team, and it reads, "The National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women was designated after the murder of 14 women at École Polytechnique de Montréal in 1989. This day is for honoring those who have lost their lives to gender-based violence and amplifying the voice of survivors. I find it amazing that a book such as Push can be within our school system. By the way, right now there are 3 copies in our secondary schools, and yet GECDSB can post virtue signaling all over Twitter." Finally, book 3, Looking for Alaska by John Green. I'm just going to read you some quotes from that book. On page 186, it says, "Have you gotten a blowjob yet?" On page 210, "Laura unbuttoned my pants and pulled my boxers down a little and pulled out my penis. And then she wrapped her hand around it and put it in her mouth." Uncomfortable yet? I am. On page 217, it says, I can't make out. I'm too drunk, but you can hook up with me. So I did. She moved my hand from her waist to her breast, and I felt cautiously, my fingers moving slowly under her shirt but over her bra, tracing the outline of her breast and cupping one in my hand, squeezing softly. We moved together, my body between her legs. That was on page 217. This book has a profanity count of 95, including the F word 24 times. There are 25 copies of it found in both elementary and secondary schools in the GECDSB. Again, I ask you, what educational value does this book bring to our children? These texts are intentionally or unintentionally desensitizing our children. I, for one, am opposed to censorship and encourage the love of reading, regardless of the genre. Excuse me, I lost my spot there for a moment. I'm working on it, ma'am. The Greater Essex County District School Board is committed to provide, this is found as their mission statement on their website, is providing safe learning, teaching, and work environments for students, staff, and community members. Safe schools promote responsibility, respect, civility, and academic excellence. I cannot for the life of me see the connection the above books have in respectful, civil, and an excellent academic environment. Finally, I debated on whether to share this with you and those in attendance today. However, I'm hoping my personal story will express my why as to what brought me here this evening. When I was a young girl, 4 or 5 years old, I was sexually abused by a male family member. Thankfully, I'm not done, ma'am. I will finish my last paragraph. Thank you so much. Thankfully, that abuse was brought to light, and as the psychologist who discovered what was happening to me said, had this not come to light when it had, Haley surely would have continued to be misused sexually by this man. The years following were filled with endless lawyer interviews, interrogations that felt like they would never end, feelings of not fitting in with my peers, adults looking at me differently, court trials, you name it. That was an extremely traumatic time for me. However, when I walked through the doors of my school, I knew it was a safe space. My teachers were aware of my struggles and encouraged and supported me along that journey in coordinates with my mother. What I can say to you is this. My first experience seeing graphic sexual content was extremely triggering and set my progress back. Had pornography been discovered while perusing the school library, school no longer, nor would reading, have been a safe place for me and an escape for me. I can confidently say that it would have set me back, adding to my trauma, not taking away. Please consider all your students when deciding what material is available to them. I cannot imagine how detailed descriptions of cunnilingus, blowjobs, lesbian sex, anal penetration, and rape and incest could possibly add value to such innocent young lives. I thank God I myself wasn't exposed to such material in the environment I sought refuge in. I apologize for going over, but I do appreciate your time.
I just want to thank you for your sharing. I don't know how you have the braveness to share this, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees for clarification? No? Thank you very much
Thank
for
you for
coming
your
tonight.
time.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to new business. The first item is L1, notice of motion. Trustee Leclerc, would you like to do this?
Certainly. Do you need me to read it?
For the purpose of the people watching,
Okay.
it would be helpful.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if you were going to read it or if I will.
If you want to move it and as you're moving it, you could say it.
Yeah, so I would move that the board amend the Board of Governance bylaw Appendix 2 to read, to start operations and finance committee start time at 7 p.m. and the education committee start time be amended to commence upon the completion of the operations and finance committee. And if I have somebody to second it, I will speak to it.
Okay, seconder Trustee Cook. Go ahead, Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason I brought this forward is we are trustees, and one of the most important responsibilities that we have as trustees is to be keepers of the purse for our organization. We are responsible for a $500 million budget. And what I've discovered over the last 8 years is that we spend an inordinate amount of time on the education committee, which results in finance not having adequate time to appropriately assess such recommendations that come from the audit committee, from budget processes, from revised estimates. For example, tonight we have a request for us to spend 1% or $4.5 million as a compliance request. We just don't spend the appropriate amount of time on our finances. Given the fact that education over the last 8 years has had no actions come out of it, and yet finance and operations has numerous items of action come out of it, I just believe that this will be a more efficient way of handling our business, and that's why I am making the request for the change to the bylaw.
Thank you. On the motion, Trustee McKinley?
Thank you. I'm surprised that this motion is before the trustees yet again. I've been around the block a while. I was on the 2009 bylaw committee, and whereby the bylaw committee and the whole board supported having education committee at 7 for different reasons. And one of the most significant reasons was for our guests, for our students, our parents, our staff members that speak at Education Committee, and yes, some do speak at Ops and Finance. But over the last 4 years, there were 22 meetings of both committees, 44 presentations at the Education Committee to inform the trustees, and there were 5 new ones during the last term, of the many great programs happening in our school board, that without those presentations, we would not be aware of the programs that actually use the money from the budget. So there were also 6 reports given during those meetings, in addition to the 44 presentations. As well, there were 4 motions that came forward just on the last 4 years. One was around Moduflex at Massey, one was around the IB program beginning at Glenwood, one was around football sports motion to have football start, and one was a motion even by Trustee Leclerc around a funding model letter to the ministry. And prior to those 4 years, under the previous years where I was the education chair for many of those years, we had numerous decisions of the board on program and accommodation reviews that were held at Education Committee first before going to the board meeting right after. So education has had a lot of significant decisions made at it, and the majority of the people that have spoken have been coming to speak to the education. Some of those staff members have even brought their children because they may not have been able to get babysitters. So their children have been in attendance to watch them do their presentations. There have been students from high school, students from grade school, coming to hear the presentations brought at the Education Committee. That if that committee had been meeting at 8:30 or 8:45, then they would not have probably all stayed, and they would have had to be here at 6:45 just to sign up to speak on the speakers list. So our responsibility as trustees is to attend the board meetings and committee meetings. And as trustees, we should be able to stay engaged for 6 hours on Tuesday evenings twice a month, whether it's for the Education Committee starting at 7 and the Ops and Finance starting afterwards. I prepare and expect that when I come on Tuesday nights, I will be here for a minimum of 6 hours. If I get to go home earlier, bonus. But in my expectation, I expect myself to be prepared to stay that many hours. So in conclusion, I would just like to say, let's remember our students in this. This motion, I don't see to be about student achievement and well-being in any way. So I'm kind of surprised that we had a decision in 2009 by trustees. We revisited this same motion in 2015 under yourself. You brought the motion forward in 2015. Oh, yes, you did. I still have the notes. I have the notes from when I fought this same motion in 2015, and be happy to share them with you. Many of the same points I've given tonight, I've just shared again. So I hope you'll not support the motion by Trustee Leclerc tonight. And by the way, just as a refresher, it is a bylaw change, so it would require 7 votes and not a majority of votes. Because it's 2/3, which there's 10 of us, 6.67, we need 7 to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Sipcar?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I have a comment, then also a question of the mover. I guess I don't see this as either of them being an either or of supporting student, achievement and well-being. I think the budget is a very important part of the role of a trustee that also supports student achievement and well-being. Having chaired the Operations and Finance Committee meeting for the previous 2 years, I would agree that it starts later, and that the attention to it is there is less detail to it, both by the comments by trustees and then also just in terms of the engagement from the public. I think last term we made a lot of steps towards engaging the public more in terms of consultation, and I know that Superintendent Armstrong and Mr. Mayhew did a really great job at trying to do more budgetary kind of explanations and things to help the public. But again, the timing is also a barrier there as well. So I guess my question to the mover, with all that context and understanding, I don't want that same experience then for the Education Committee in that same way, because I do think that whatever committee goes second potentially is at a bit of a disadvantage. So I'm wondering from the mover, is it the lack of engagement on this issue, like on the committee? Is it that Education Committee goes too long? Is that there's not significant business that comes out of it? Like, what's the primary driver? And then the second part of that question is, can it be solved another way? Like, is there kind of maybe something that can be struck at like the bylaw committee level that we can solve this problem differently rather than just reversing it to privilege another committee? That was to you, Trustee Leclerc.
Madam Chair, could I answer that? Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Sipcar. I think it's a combination of a number of things that brought me to this. The fact that we are responsible for $500 million as trustees, we are the keeper of the purse, and that all our decisions no matter what our decision is, it all goes to student achievement. That's our goal. And what I found is that I honestly think we will be more efficient if we go with our ops and finance first, because there tends to be fewer presentations, and we'll be able to focus appropriately on the financial implications and then move on to education. I actually, prior to bringing this forward, I actually considered whether or not it might be more suitable to rotate the ops and finance first one session and then education first the next. But I think the final driver for me was the amount of actual work that comes out of ops and finance is critical to our well-being. Like I said, we have a matter on the floor tonight about $4.5 million, and we need to make sure we're providing appropriate attention to what our actual work is, not just presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a little background because over my 22 years, I think I've seen meetings of the standing committee. There's been standing committees of education and standing committee of finance and operations for all of those 22 years. I've been chair of both. I've been vice chair of both. been vice chair and past chair on bylaw review. I have a few questions. One is, do we have a bylaw review coming up this year in a systematic way? Last time we had one, I believe, was in 2018. So I'm wondering if there's a general overall bylaw review, which would include the templates for our meetings to make it palatable. I want to also say, when we first put this particular model in, we were still thinking of print deadlines, making sure that the media who had a print deadline, a hard deadline of like 10 p.m. or something like that, had certain things in place so that they could run and, get to print. Those things don't exist in the same way anymore with digital updates, etc. I also would like to say that I don't see our standing committees as dueling committees. I see them as equal. I see them doing valuable work. Having worked on the provincial kind of counterpart of those things too, of policy development, which deals with a lot of operations and finance stuff, and education program, which also deals with the same things that Education Committee at Greater Essex says. Those models are well in place all over the province, and because those issues fall into two pots. I don't think money is power. I think that we are all keepers of the purse at 7 o'clock, at 8 o'clock, at 9 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, at every moment. Every implication we talk about at Education Committee has a dollar amount tagged to it, and everything in finance and ops will have an outcome that definitely impacts programming and well-being of students and staff and families. So I think they're integrated. They're just a matter of dividing business. So I don't think one has precedence over another one. I'm not supporting the motion because I think that what it does is opens up a question about, are we meeting at the right time for the right moment? I can see where I know that operations and finance meetings have a lot more on the agenda closer to budget, or when GSNs come forward, or when those cyclical things that are financial come forward. That's kind of intermittent. Education is probably more on an even keel as far as it always has stuff. It always has stuff. There's always, a day for something, or a focus for something, or PD that happens, or new curriculum, or whatever. So I think it's important, both of them. I don't see it as precedence. So I find the argument kind of hard, but I do support a bylaw review cyclically. So my question to you, Madam Chair, if I could, are we anticipating a bylaw review this year that we're going to be going through and looking at all of our things, like, the special, our motion to reconsideration and the definition of a session and all of those things that are still hanging out there? Are we going to have that this year?
I'm not aware, so I'd have to ask administration. I don't know.
Ms. LaBeouf, do you
The
have?
last big review was done in 2018.
But I mean, nothing's come to me to direct the review, so I don't know. I guess it's...
Would the review not come from the Board of Trustees? The suggestion for the review? I would suggest that that's where it would come from.
It's not for me to decide.
No.
So.
My question, I asked because I think we put something in place of the last one that we do it every 5 years at the maximum. So my understanding is that next year it's in order.
That could be. Yep. Anyone else for the first time? Trustee Chin? First time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I'm thinking that we don't have to, have stereotype and either this A is first always and B is bottom always. I think they are both very important. So why can we have more flexibility and based on the, issues? Sometimes operational issues is very important. So we based on that to just adjust that accordingly. And also, as for the work, actually, last year, and I was vice chair of operations and Finance, and I had the opportunity to watch, the chair, trustee Zipkar, and Superintendent Armstrong, and Mr. Meho, yeah, and they did a lot of work on that, and but because it's on the second session, it's kind of rushed quickly. So I do think that we can have more flexibility, and we put the debate aside and give more, flexibility adjustment, and accordingly to each situation one by one. So I wonder if I can make amendment to adjust that accordingly. Is that okay?
Sorry. I think it depends on the amendment, if it changes the whole intent of the motion or not.
It's okay. Yeah, it's up to you. But I just give my suggestion that we don't have to be stereotype and follow one more mode and ignore the other. Yeah. Thank you.
So did you have an amendment that you wanted to suggest to see if
I
it's appropriate or not?
I suggested that the sequence of the meeting to be adjusted accordingly. Yeah, according to each Yeah.
I don't think
each
that would be
agenda.
an amendment. Trustee Leclerc.
Yeah, maybe you can make it
Trustee
better word.
Leclerc,
Thank you.
Did you want to answer to that?
Yeah, I don't know that. I think we have to have it fixed, meaning we know when ops and finance is going to be first or education is going to be first. I'm not opposed to what I was originally suggesting, was that we rotate with ops and finance going first one meeting and then the next meeting education going. And I would be prepared to make an amendment to reflect that. And I think that makes it even more balanced. If there's somebody who wants to second that.
Do we have some wording first? We don't.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know.
So are you looking for ops and finance to start at 7 p.m. when the agenda is more robust? I don't know what it is you're suggesting.
No, I think we have to if we're going to.
Because you could get back into the same situation where your ops and finance has a heavy agenda, but it's starting at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm trying to find I'm trying to find a balance, like Linda's Trustee Chin has talked about.
Yeah.
A balance that Trustee Sipkar's talked about.
Correct, and I think they're referring to the workload of of those particular agendas.
Yeah.
So you might not be accomplishing that by
Fair enough.
going alternately.
I'll stay where I'm at.
So if you want to amend in that direction, I think you'd have to refer to those agendas.
I'll just leave it as it is and hope that people understand that the workload on finance, ops and finance, is quite heavy all year long for the most part. And I think that we can do it in a more efficient way if we have ops and finance first.
Thank you. Again, for the first time? First time? Anyone? No. Okay. For the second time, Trustee McKinley, then Trustee Burgess.
Okay, I'd like to speak to a couple of the ideas. First off, one of the things from my notes from 2015 that I happened to find, somehow it didn't get purged. Ideally, presentations should be kept to no longer than 15, 20 minutes max in duration. The past 4 years, there probably been some presentations that were a little longer, and even if they weren't, because of a pandemic and 5 new incoming trustees, there were a lot more questions being asked, which is what would drive education to be later. It hasn't always been that way. The education chair and vice chair currently are aware of kind of balancing that. You can make sure that the two SOs for those areas, for education, ops, and finance, can also talk. Superintendent Armstrong could say, oh, we've got budget coming up, Clara. Could we see a little balance? We might need a little more time on the budget later that night. That is not a problem. To have one presentation for education one night because you know you're going to have a heavier presence. But as far as speakers coming to speak to our agendas, the last time we discussed this issue, I even have an email. I forgot to bring it tonight, but it was from Trustee Hatfield, where she even mentioned that alternating the meetings and their start times would only be confusing to our guests that are coming to speak or to observe, depending on what the issues are. So in the best interest of our guests, not us, because I'm prepared to be here till 11 o'clock, at which point we would have a vote, and I would probably still vote to stay later, to discuss the items that are on our agendas. But our guests should not have to. They should be able to come and speak earlier and know that they can speak earlier and then leave. And at the time, we used to also allow for the business, if there were speakers for ops and finance, and they couldn't stay till later, they would be able to speak, sign the speakers list to speak at education, so that they could then leave, but we would hear their presentation and then be taking it into consideration during the ops and finance. So I just want to see us continue what works best for our guests, our parents, our staff, those that are visiting our board, so that they know that the meeting should be starting, because we are late sometimes, and I apologize if you were here early and we were not ready because we had another meeting. But ideally, people are watching, they're waiting, they want to sign the speakers list to speak at things. We should be doing that at 7 with education, followed by ops and finance, which I agree is also a very important part. And just for the record, there were, out of the last 4 years, 3 presentations done that spoke for the Ops and Finance Committee. I have their dates at home. One of those presentations was about Virex. There was a couple people speaking about Virex. That was not a normal topic at any Ops and Finance for my previous 12 years. So I was kind of glad I was at home for that one. But I would have, if I was here, even at home, I stayed awake and paid attention. So 3 presentations from outside external sources versus 44 presentations from numerous presentations and or recommendations of the board. So please, let's make the choice for student staff.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess, and then we'll take the vote.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm still not supportive of the motion as it is, or even the contemplation as amended, but I don't want that reflective of the gravity and the respect I have for all that goes on in the operations of finance. I've been I think it's exceedingly important. But I do think that in the light of an upcoming full bylaw review, and knowing that we need 2/3, and knowing that a bylaw review committee is, it's painstaking, you go word for word, et cetera, but it will be a full board activity at one point, that I think that discussion for how we're going to have some flexibility. I do believe that there should be some flexibility. I do. And but I don't hear it clearly in any kind of motion or amendment this evening. So I'm not supporting this one as it is, but that's not to reflect the fact that I don't think that things might need to change.
Thank you. And Trustee Leclerc, as the mover, would you like to make the final comments?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think, Trustee Burgess, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's the actual real reason why we should do it. Because if we do it for a year, and we know that we're doing a bylaw review in a year, that will give us an opportunity to know exactly how it's functioned for a year if this passes this evening. If it doesn't pass, then a year from now we don't have that empirical data to look at to see if we were more efficient or not when the bylaw review comes. All we have is what we've done in the past for past practice. So I urge you to support it based on the comments that you made, that there is a review coming up, and this is an opportunity to do a comparative analysis for 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Leclerc. So I'm going to ask for all those in support and ask that you keep your hands raised. Pardon? Okay, who requested? I didn't. Okay. Trustee McKinley. So we'll go around the room. Trustee Cook.
I support.
Trustee Leclerc.
Support.
Trustee Nelson.
Support.
Trustee Sipkar.
I'm also going to support.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Support.
Trustee Chin.
Support.
Trustee, our student trustee. Sorry.
I support.
Thank you. Other student trustee.
Opposed.
Thank you. Trustee Burgess.
Opposed.
Trustee Armstrong.
Oppose.
Trustee McKinley.
Opposed.
Trustee Buckler.
Oppose.
And myself, I support. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't have the count.
It's a tied vote.
Okay, Hank, can we just let the chair, instead of all the talk, let the chair take care of it?
Thank you. 2, 3, 4.
6 to
support,
4.
Support. 4, 5, 6. So it's 6 to 4. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to L2, I'm going to ask Trustee Cook to take this on.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor from Trustee Hatfield that an appeal process to trustees be developed for individual student issues regarding school accommodation and student transportation. Do we have a mover? Trustee Hatfield, and do we have a seconder? Trustee
Sorry.
Leclerc.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would like to move the motion, but I need to amend it because of legal information that was received today. So it would be, my motion would be that an appeal process to trustees be developed for individual student issues regarding school accommodation.
Okay.
If I can get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Trustee Leclerc is going to second that. So the motion now reads that an appeal process to trustees be developed for individual student issues regarding school accommodation, period.
Thank you. So I don't do this too often, but this was a notice of motion that came on the spur of the moment because of frustration with different issues regarding school accommodation and student transportation, particularly that evening. And I was feeling like trustees were powerless to help these students that had issues. So I made the motion that there should be an appeal process, and since then have learned that we have no legal rights with regard to student transportation to conduct an appeal process with any meaning. I was going to suggest that process make a recommendation to the consortium, but the legal opinion is that that's not even appropriate as an appeal process. So I've taken that out of my motion for now, and the legal opinion has been provided to trustees. But the school accommodation issues, there was a very concerning example that evening that Trustee Chin brought forward, actually, about a student with special needs asking to be accommodated at a school prior to the family moving a couple blocks away and taking them out of that boundary. And it was concerning that we couldn't do anything about that situation as trustees. Years and years and years ago, there used to be an appeal process for these type of issues, including school transportation, prior to the consortium, where parents could come or guardians could come and speak to trustees and make their case. Administration would make their case, and then trustees were able to make a decision after hearing both sides. And I think it's time to bring that back. And I think that we could do that for school accommodation. There would have to be some criteria determined by way of a process that would, I'm not suggesting what the criteria should be. I think that administration would have to suggest something, but I still think there's a role for trustees in hearing cases of school accommodation. I understand why administration has to be pretty strict about making their decisions, because we do have criteria in place for these decisions, and they can't just keep putting that criteria aside. So I think it should be up to the trustees to hear the situation, to hear administration's concerns, and then we can make a decision on school accommodation. Fortunately, we can't do it with student transportation, but I think we can with regards to school accommodation. So I'm hoping that trustees will support the development of an appeal process. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Burgess, Trustee Sipkar, and then Trustee Armstrong and Trustee McKinley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's just a question for the mover and or admin for that matter. I'm having a hard time understanding what accommodation is. When I hear it from Superintendent Awender, I think of it as pupil places and buildings and accommodating, a human in a seat somewhere, a portable, a boundary issue, something like that. Accommodation review. But then, on the other hand, I think that there's some implication because of the examples that were cited in the previous discussions, et cetera, that it had something to do with programming choices, and whether that be programs that we offer with or without transportation, like IB or International Baccalaureate, the French immersion programs we have. I'm wondering if that's part of the accommodation. I also want to know if accommodation includes things like, I ran into a person, for example, in town of Essex, McGregor area. Family is going to Talbot Trail. And I thought, oh, why is that? Well, it's one of those things that, that we all know happens and nobody talks about it, but they were assigned within a district that wasn't a very diverse school, and they felt a welcoming school to their children, and so they chose a school, and I think they're probably saying they don't live there. I wonder if the school accommodation for programming will inevitably, and is this in the criteria that you don't know about, include something about transportation, so like a courtesy ride or some sort of an appeal process that includes an exception to a rule that we have. So I can really see the appeal for an appeal. I mean, because we do feel very, very. It's very hard, especially when the heartstrings are there, and we hear the stories, and there's a rule, and if we don't have the policy and the rule without exceptions, then how will we ever stop the floodgates of folks asking for all kinds of different nuances that aren't necessarily allowed. In my area, and I say my area, I mean the one I live in, we often hear about families who have children who are in the French immersion program. The family decides that one or two of the children aren't best accommodated in French immersion, want to go to the English stream, and all of a sudden the families are going to 2 and 3 different schools because they're outside of a boundary, and is that accommodation to allow families to stay together? Or like, what is, I don't really know what that's meaning regarding a school accommodation. Are all the things I've said within the scope of an appeal?
I'm going to let the mover address that.
So what I mean by school accommodation is what school you accommodate a student to. So,
Out of district.
yeah, so out of district is an example. So school accommodation with regard to a particular student and what school is going to accommodate them.
Thank you for that. Trustee Sipker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustee Burgess kind of covered my question in much more detail. So my question was around the same thing. It sounds like it can be any reason that a student wants to go to another school other than the one they're assigned to, whether or not that is, the example that we heard, or it's that they would like to attend this other school for whatever reason, programming-wise, and they believe that they should be accommodated. So that's what I'm hearing from you. Are you suggesting that with this motion that administration develop the criteria of which students and their families can appeal the decision? Is that what you're getting at? So admin will develop the criteria, bring it back to us, and then we'll approve that process. Okay, just want clarity.
Yes, I don't want to suggest what the process should be. And I would think that administration knows more about this than trustees, or than I do, for sure, that they would come back with a process to suggest to us with criteria that would establish how and when and why student or the parent guardian could make an appeal. So it wouldn't just be any time a decision is made on student accommodation that it's automatically appealed. It would be based on the process of the criteria. Yeah.
I did have a supplemental to that. I had thought about something like this in the past related to boundary issues specifically, and I almost thought it should be a policy/regulation as opposed to an appeal process. I'm not opposed to this, but it seems as though if we have an appeal process, where would that fit in like the governance kind of structure? Would it make sense for it to be a policy or procedure? It's just a thought and a suggestion as I was reading your motion today, is that should this fall within the purview of the policy committee to develop an appeal process through that committee? I'm not sure. That was where my mind went, again, in the past around boundary issues in particular.
Maybe we'll go to administration to see where you think that the responsibility should lie, either to administration or with the policy committee to develop the process.
To be honest, I think it could go either place. I think if your issue is developing a criteria and having a process, I think that could start with procedure and it could also move to policy. I think there's ways, if you wanted to put that in place, that it could fit in either spot. And I'm trying to think, Superintendent, I wonder, I've got every policy memorized, but out of district is a policy? Yes?
Procedure.
Procedure. So, yes. Yeah, so that, we could look at how those would fit. I think you asked a good question there.
Just as a quick follow-up.
Go ahead, Trustee Sipkar.
I was just going to say, just as a quick follow-up, because that work could be tedious too, a policy committee might be a good place to chew on it a bit more as well. So as a suggestion, I don't know if I put an amendment on the floor, that it be referred to policy committee. And that, I should say, that process, in draft form, should be referred to policy committee.
So is that are you making an amendment to the motion?
Sure, I'll make it as an amendment, yeah.
Okay. Can you just repeat that so Madame Leboeuf can get it and I can hear it too?
That an appeal process to trustees be developed for an individual student issues regarding school accommodation and be referred to the policy committee. I'll just leave it there.
So I have Trustee Sipkar is moving that. Do I have a seconder? Trustee Chin. Do I have any questions regarding the amendment to the motion? Trustee Hatfield has one.
Just a quick question, because I'm not sure the process. So would administration bring some kind of a draft to the policy committee, or would you start from scratch?
I think admin would have to do that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, sometimes I've seen where we've referred things to the policy committee and we might have a brief discussion and then admin brings something back, but generally it's understood that it would be coming from admin and not policy kind of wordsmithing everything, so yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the amendment to the motion? Trustee McKinley?
No, it's not to the amendment. I'm confused by that too, but what I want to speak to is, I'll wait.
Okay, you're coming up on the list. So we have that amendment on the motion, adding, it goes to the policy committee. Does everybody understand that part? So I have a, trustee Sipcar moved it. We have a seconder. All in favor of the amendment to the motion? And that passes. So now we're back talking about the amendment, and I'm going to, not the amendment, I'm sorry. I just like that word. To the motion. Yeah, as amended, yeah. Trustee Armstrong, we're back talking about the motion.
Just wanted to say that my kids went out of district when they were in kindergarten to grade 3 because they had to be out of district. And so I really appreciated the fact that that was allowed. So I just wanted to say I'm personally involved in this whole thing because it was what my family needed. So the fact that it's available now, or could be available, I fully support.
Thank you for that. Trustee McKinley.
Okay, I'm just going to clarify what I believe was a process around student accommodation requests. And my understanding was those requests would go to principal. If they didn't like the answer, it would go to superintendent, and then ultimately maybe even superintendent for accommodation and or the superintendent that oversees being on West, if it was a transportation accommodation. And then if they still don't like the answers, they could go to the director, and or at any time, parents just bypass all of those steps and go straight to the trustee. I've had that happen on lots of times. So, and then we would then bring it to the attention of the SOs. And then, like, I had a transportation question not that long ago, and it wasn't actually just about changing a bus stop location. And I contacted the superintendent for business and sits on West, and it was resolved. So that to me was the process. So are we looking for a completely different process to what we currently have for going through the chain of command? Because I'm a bit confused. Because you took the words "and student transportation" out, it changed the whole gist for me in how I read it.
Sorry, no, they were two different things, two different appeal process. One for student accommodation and one for school, for student transportation. They were two different things.
But we're
So
striking those three
weren't
words and student.
together.
Okay, so for clarification, we've struck those three words and student transportation. But the gist of this would be it's a process, an appeal process for parents that still want what they want for transportation.
It depends on what the criteria will be for them to come forward with an appeal. There's still going to be criteria that they have to meet to be able to bring an appeal forward, and we don't know yet what that's going to
I
look
guess
like.
in the old, back in
Right now,
the
they have
day,
no one to appeal
they
to.
came to trustees, and then we decided if we were going to fight that fight and maybe have the business superintendent fight that fight at the table because she had a whole board that said, you go and fight this fight for us. That was my understanding of how
doing student
an appeal would have been done back in the day, was through that process. So
2013.
Okay.
no,
So we're-
2018.
All right.
No, 2013 when West.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So that's all changed.
Can you hit your mic?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. So Trustee Buckler, and then Trustee Sipcar, and then the vote. We're going to move to the vote.
Mine was just a quick thought when we were talking about what the process would look like, is that it might look something like the student discipline, that you would have so many sit at the table. You'd get the policy in place. That was just my thought, and I'm just putting it out there because it would make sense.
I like that thought. Trustee Sipkar and Trustee, yes. Hang on one second. Trustee Nelson is a first time, and then we're going to go to Trustee Chin. You have a question? Okay, okay. Okay, so hang on. Trustee Nelson, Trustee Chin, and then Trustee Sipkar, then the vote.
Thank you. I just need clarification. We're talking specifically about the accommodation as to where the pupil would go to school as opposed to the transportation piece, because the transportation piece, we have no control over that. Thank you.
Trustee Chin.
What I want to say is that we do experience that parents came to us regarding the boundary issues and regarding the transportation issues, and we cannot do nothing to help, and we are frustrated. And also, actually, I observed Superintendent Awanda actually have a lot of burden to handle all these issues. So I don't think it's fair to put those kind of pressure on himself. And yeah, so I think it's good to have a procedure to let it go to a committee to decide. And if there is exceptional difficulties, because everybody will have difficulties, so we should go case by case and release the burden of the superintendent. So that's my thinking. We do need to have this procedure and change the policy. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Superintendent Awanda wants to take you out for dinner because you were just sticking up for him, so he appreciates that.
Nobody
Trustee
does that.
Sipkar, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say that I will be supporting the motion, as I think that there's been numerous occasions where trustees haven't been able to advocate on behalf of students. I think there are some legitimate reasons, i.e. rights, accommodations, that may not get considered in our process, and this allows parents to it to the Board of Trustees, and so I see it as an additional layer, and so over here, part of our rules, so I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Trustee Sipkar. So now, does anybody want to with the motion read? Are we all good? All in favor? All in favor of the motion? And I am also in favor, so that passes. I saw it was you. It was you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna back to trustee, now chair.
There's support on that motion. And now we're going to L3, notice a motion from Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I reworded the motion, but the main content is the same, and it's just for easy to understand and for clarification purpose.
So, Trustee Chin has requested a substitution of the wording, which he provided to us, but I'll read it. So, you have the motion that was given as the notice of motion, and then Trustee Chin emailed everyone the substitute motion. I'm going to read it. Yes, today. So, it was this morning. So, I'm going to read it. To ensure transparency and improve parents' involvement and feedback, I make a motion that GECDSB publicly shares on the website a list of all new books added to the school libraries on a continuing basis beginning September 2022. All and any books that are added to any library of the board from home and school, grants and or donations must be placed for public viewing of editions. So I'm going to accept that as a substitution to the wording because it's still intent is to create a database of new books. And I guess if anyone wants to challenge that, the chair on that ruling, they can. But I think that the intent has remained and the wording has just helped clarify what Trustee Chin is trying to do. So that is, unless there's a challenge to the chair, I'm accepting that. Trustee Buckler? No? No. Okay. Then, Trustee Chin, that's your new motion, and you'll need a seconder. Is there a seconder? Trustee Nelson? Trustee Chin, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the seconder. And actually, this motion came after the parent delegations presentations about certain books in our library and in the previous board meetings. And actually, I personally, as a parent, I was shocked when I know that. I have a 9-year-old son in the public school. So I had never known that those books are available for them to get access. So in order to ensure transparency and improve parents' involvement and feedback, I believe we should provide the base condition, transparency to the parents and the public stakeholders. In this way, parents will feel they have a voice to assist to make GECDSB a place of trust and transparency, because there is nothing to be hide. There is nothing to be hide regarding the books, as long as we have the same common objectives of quality education and to protect kids. So it's the same. So we can transparent and share our comments frankly. And the second reason is that inclusiveness, equity, fairness, anti-discrimination are complicated nowadays and may need the voices of opinions from parents from different ethnic groups to make sure those objectives are fulfilled. Because we know different people have different opinions. It's okay. We are not making judgment now, but we should make sure all the voices of different groups or of the parents are heard, are listened, and we respect their involvement. And the third reason is that parents' involvement and feedback is always what our board is trying to pursue. I was a committee member of GECPAC, and I know how we want the parents to get involved. When we send survey, not many parents get involved. So, but this is a good chance to for the parents to help and to give us opinions and to improve our work. I think it's a positive, angle. And the fourth reason is that this motion doesn't make any judgment to any books. It's just for transparency. And this is the base need for our democracy. The democracy is so good, so important. I came from different culture, and I really appreciate our democracy system here. But the base of the democracy is freedom of speech and inclusiveness, and we listen to everybody. They have their right to say, and we cannot, give them pressure or, I don't know the word, disrespect them. And so it shows our gesture that parents' opinions are valued and welcome. So it's positive for us board and shows our self-confidence. And the fifth reason is that nowadays everything is in computer and information system. All the books are actually documented in computer. We can see each book have a sticker on that to track their information. So it won't be a big burden to collect and public this information. And to clarify, and my motion does not include the books that teachers occasionally used and not in the library system. So they occasionally find for reference for teaching, and that's fine. What we mentioned in the motion is the books in the library, documented in the library. And overall, we should have self-confidence to welcome parents' opinions. Nobody can avoid mistakes, but it's important to welcome input as is willing to correct and improve. So I really hope that trustees can support this, and let's hold our hands together. Parents, administrations, and the board trustees, we all contribute to improve our quality education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the motion, Trustee Buckler, you had a question?
Yes, when I originally saw the rewording of this, I got concerned that we're asking for a lot of work out of our administrators. But then as I talked to Dr. Howitt prior to our meetings tonight, I mentioned this is a lot of work, and she said, no, it's already online. Everything's already there. It's already done. And then we heard the parents speak, and they actually said, yes, we can find it on Destiny online. So what you're asking us to do is already being done.
Trustee Hawkins, student trustee Hawkins?
Thank you to the mover. You had mentioned that we should be honoring and taking into account the opinions and the feedback of parents. Do you think the board should also be taking into account opinions of parents that might be hateful against, for example, minority students in our school board? Should we be taking into account hate, if that's their opinion?
Oh, sorry.
I don't think that's, we're going to debate that. That's your position. Yeah. And next on Trustee Cook.
Thank you. So when we had our speakers here earlier, and I always like it when speakers come in because a lot of times people haven't spoke before in public. But my concern is when you don't have all the information when it's been handed to you. If you're going to speak, know the facts. Be able to answer questions. My question is to administration. We already do this. So help me understand what this motion would do. I mean, we already do it.
The director or?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I wonder, would this be a separate list? I look to Superintendent Howard, who knows more about the process and how books are added to the list.
So at this time, anybody can go on to Destiny. Anybody can go on to Destiny and look at any book by author, by topic within the system. I think what the motion is asking for is a separate publication of any new books that are added to the system. So remember, books it's not all centrally done. There are a group of books that are bought annually based on the priorities and themes that are happening within the board. But schools, it's decentralized. Schools have the opportunity to buy books as well. So it would be a process to do that. That would slow things down with books entering schools. But, if that's the will of the board, that's the will of the board.
Trustee, you had a supplementary?
Yes. So, okay, so we already have a process in place, and you're saying this would be like a second kind of process, and we'd have to start from the beginning. What would this entail, like cost-wise, time-wise, and are we not putting, people have access to the site already. Those books, like we all got emails. And so I replied to some of the emails and said, please tell me what books you're talking about. Most people couldn't, and they wouldn't reply. So it's a handful of people. And it was one email that somebody said, hey, send this out. Let's make it look good. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are complaining about the books. And I just think this is a lot of work for something that's already being done. And we have people speaking that don't even know what schools they're talking about. I'm confused.
Point of order.
Trustee Leclerc?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order. Yes, previously, when you make motion, other people ask questions and you answer. But why don't give me, chance to answer the questions? It's too many questions here.
Those were
Yeah,
questions
I want
to-
to answer that. There is answers.
Those were questions to administration. Which one?
Yeah, the student trustee's question is particularly for me. Yeah.
Because it's not to the motion about speaking to creating a list, an inventory list. Trustee Leclerc?
Pardon?
Right, right.
So, Madam Chair, I do have a question to go to administration, and then I would like to make my comments regarding the debate here. So there was some indication this evening that the trustees should have some kind of insight in terms of what books are on the shelves in the libraries. Are trustees consulted? Could you tell us how the process is that book arrives in the library? Thank you.
Sure. The selection of books is an operational item of the board, so it is not the trustees that are consulted on the selection of books. There are various reasons why a book is considered for the library circulation, and again, it's on two levels. There's central purchasing, and there's decentralized at school-based purchases. It should align to the priorities of the board. It should align to the curriculum. It's also suitability for students and age, accuracy of information, non-bias information, even durability of the books. All kinds of things are taken into account with the selections of books. And they're also, we use tools to determine appropriateness of books, like, for example, the Ontario Library Association and other book awards to determine if books have been recommended for circulation among students. So it's not the work of the Board of Trustees, it is the operational work of the board, so the trustee would not know. It would not be common knowledge.
Thank you. So my thoughts are this. It sounds like we already have a database. And if we're going to add new titles, it's probably not that difficult to actually just label it as a new title when it comes in, and then after 6 months it's no longer considered a new title, I guess. I don't know. But I really worry about what the purpose of this is, because what I see is this is a slippery slope to hearing from people that don't particularly like a certain book, but it might be appropriate for some other children. I decided that I'd look at what books have been banned in North America. And, The Color Purple, The Great Gatsby, Lord of the Flies, Handmaid's Tale, which is Canadian, Animal Farm. So I really worry about that. This is really just an attempt to start putting pressure on to start banning books. And I certainly am not somebody that is in favor of banning books for the sake of banning books. So I'm really torn by this. I don't think, now that I know that it already exists on the system, I'm not so concerned about it being added to the system, and whether or not we flag it some way to be as new. It is what it is. But I just worry about what the big picture is here.
Thank you. Trustee Burgess, you're next.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Seeing the reworded motion, I agree with some of my colleagues in that the intent was to ensure transparency and improve parents' involvement and feedback. That's the intent, and the motion would be to list all books in the library, which I think have heard that happens. What I'm concerned about, or I want clarification on, and from either the mover and or the administration, all and any books that are added to any library of the board from home and school, and I think what's not here is school council, possibly is I think understood but not written. Grants and or donations must must, that's like a shall, be placed for public viewing of editions. I know that every time I go to a Scholastic book fair, and I'm sort of kind of really glad that they're back, not just digital, you know, always get a whole pile of books and just leave them there at the school. And every time I do a readathon, I always bring all kinds of books and leave them there at the school. You know, I mean, we do that. We do that on an ongoing basis. I'm not saying that for me. I'm saying it for all of us. I've never thought, oh, I need to leave these with the teacher librarian or the principal or something to get them vetted first in order to see if they can be in circulation, etc. I've always thought that whatever I brought, I used my own judgment, and generally they were kind of already there, you know. And Scholastic, I don't think brings in titles, for example, that are you know, not appropriate. I'm going to use that word. I do think this is about banning some books that as folks are families don't want their kids to see, and children. There are families that again over the last 22 years, well before that, when I was on school council in the 90s, and all since then, parents have always had the right to go in and say, I don't want my kid, reading Huckleberry Finn or Tom Sawyer. I don't want them reading Catcher in the Rye. I don't want them reading this particular novel that the school, their class is taking up, collectively. And they've had the right to have a substitute book and resource, and they must be accommodated. Parents have always had that right. Parents have had the right to remove their children when certain parts of instruction or curriculum, whether it's aligned with curriculum, there was a criticism that this isn't aligned with curriculum. Well, yeah, sometimes current events spark discussion and lesson plans go out the window, and you deal about, well, where's Ukraine? Let's find it on a map. Let's find out what it is about. And they had something else completely planned, differently. So adding every must be placed for public viewing of editions, I find that kind of onerous. I hear, because I know that if we instruct administration to do this, they'll find a way to do it. They'll find a way to do it. They'll find the time. They'll find the money. In other words, money being time on task. Somebody is taken off a time on task or added, so it always translates to something. It's always how you like to pay, not whether you're going to pay. And then donations. I've seen different cultural, really valued partners in the community give donations that are great, that wouldn't have necessarily made it to our list because they don't come through the regular, things. I would hate for those to get stopped and everything else just because they're not complete, I think they'd have to be vetted, but I would hate for them to not be there. Then I also remember a huge donation. I say huge because it was sizable, and it came to Begley, and it was from an alumni, as I remember. Somebody from, and then the American consulate also came, and they had a whole load of stuff. That was another donation. Did we vet everything, single book? I suppose we did in some way, but I think there's a matter of expertise that we have to defer to. And also recognize that there are going to be books in every one of our buildings, whether they're donated through the, come through the system, that every school has one, that are going to be objectionable to somebody on some grounds. And some of them are protected rights, and they're still going to be objectionable. And I'm not going to support banning books that are on protected rights, because it really makes somebody squirm or there's something horrible about it. Finally, I do want to say that I found it very moving to hear, that books can be, they can open a world of imagination that for some children, nothing else exists. And on the other hand, they can open you up to things that trigger you that are so fundamental and hurtful that they're powerful things. So I don't want to underestimate that when I say I don't want to ban any books, that I understand that there are going to be some things that I might support that would hurt some people. And that, recounting incidents of assault, et cetera, whatever, triggering things that I know what I'm saying. I'm not trying to diminish it. So, but books are there to be provocative as well as education and fun. So I think we have a mechanism in place. I look at the motion. I don't see what's to be really gained, and I think it's onerous if we're thinking of every donation, whatever comes in through grants from home and school, and I'm thinking school council as well. I think that's onerous, and I think it's unnecessary. I think that those books can find their way into being cataloged somewhere, and any parent can go into any school and say, stop showing that book to my kid.
Any other trustees for the first time? For the first time. We had several hands. We have McKinley, Armstrong, Trustee Nelson, Trustee Sipker. Are you the first time as well? Okay. Trustee Armstrong?
My question is, can I have a scenario given to me on when the book in question that we received so many emails about was about the one of the stripper? My lens is through a classroom teacher because that's what I did. So I'm trying to imagine when, or what the scenario would be that book would be read to a class. Can someone provide that to me? Why is this book available as a teacher resource?
Administration?
So the book is in teacher resources, and I am to a qualified teacher, and I thought about that question. I used picture books with older students as well. So I might use the book for alliteration. I might use the book for artistic expression. They use still images against graphic art. I might use the book to talk about how amazing women are in celebration of International Women's Day, or to celebrate mothers and their outstanding love. I might use the book and read it to my primary students. I might give it to the student whose mother is an exotic dancer. I think that's the discretion of the teacher, and we do have families that are represented that way. And I think it's really a very fine line in condemnation of any one profession that happens to be a legal profession. The book is in teacher resource. It's not in circulation. So there are a host of ways that it could be used. And I think we need to remember that it is the lived experience of our communities as well. And the book is not about sex. The book is about love. That's simple. It's about love.
May I continue? I have another question.
No, so we'll have to come around for the second time, but if I could just keep the questions focused on the motion. And just as a point of information on that book, I don't know how many trustees realize this, but the author is a stripper, and that's how she supports her family, and that's why she wrote the book, because not every mother is a doctor or a lawyer, and the things that some women have to do to support their family. So that's just a point of information that I think goes along to what Superintendent Howard was just talking about. But anyway, back to the motion for the first time. Trustee McKinley?
I'm just wondering around I've heard some emails of parents that maybe were bothered by trying to bring concerns to a principal that maybe didn't feel heard. So will there be a new process or some way of bringing to your attention some books that maybe someone is concerned about the content, and is it in a formal manner that will not be like blown off or ignored, that someone like yourself or someone in the department would be then responsible for overseeing the process of any concerns brought to the attention around books, such as we have heard a few books that have been brought to our attention that I think you most likely have looked at and considered and dealt with already. Just wondering.
So with the recent attention this fall with some of our books, consulted with other boards, we did have a process and have looked at what other boards have done. We have rewritten that process to make it more contemporary. It had been a long time since someone had asked us about books in our libraries. It will be made visible to all families. Because I think what your discussion here is very, very important about the transparency and opportunity for people to voice their opinions. I think that should be made available to all families of students within our district, for sure. The process would start at the school level, and if it wasn't resolved at the school level, there would be an escalated opportunity for it to come to the central office.
On the motion, Trustee Nelson?
Yes, Superintendent Clara Howard did address my question, but I just maybe have a comment and a smaller question. So I do believe that it is important for curriculum and support material to be accessible to parents online so that they know what is being offered to their children as well as to voice their concerns. I'm happy to hear that there is a bit of a process or something that is going to be put in place to help support that, we'll call it learning and or engagement. I wonder how easily accessible is Destiny to parents? Is that easily to find online? Yeah?
Anybody can go online. You don't have to be a parent with the Greater Essex. Anybody anywhere can go on and look at what's in our system. It's very open.
Sipcar for the first time?
Thank you. So a lot of my questions that I had written down were around the selection process, that it's centralized versus decentralized, assessing books based on curriculum objectives. That sounds like that does happen based on the comments from administration. The labor that would be required to create such a list, we already have one, that someone can search books currently as it stands. In addition to having an avenue to bring attention to problematic material or sensitive material that a parent might not want to expose their child to, it sounds like we do a lot of these things. And it might not be all put in one place, but our board, does cover its bases in a lot of ways. And so I want to commend our administration. I think providing that additional context for even a book like that was discussed tonight is really important because we don't always recognize the lived experiences of our families and how, said in one context means one thing, but said in a different context can mean something else. And so I appreciate that we actually have a book like that that could actually, connect with a family who might struggle with their education with their kids or in a variety of ways. I think the other point that was brought up is this even within the jurisdiction of trustees to start assessing or looking at book lists anyways? And I think that that's a really murky place to be in because I don't want to go down that slippery slope of, eventually this leading to a motion of banning books or having pressure to play a role in what I think is up to the professional in the classroom to make those decisions in consultation with parents and our administration. I think the other really critical thing that hasn't been said, that is the only, and this will be my last comment, and I say this as a book lover and somebody who reads constantly, everything has been going online. All of the information that kids want at most ages, can be found. And yes, parents do have levels of, levers of control within their own home. Kids are really good at getting around those things. And I also think that it's kind of even if that book isn't at the library, in terms of exposure, there's a great big world that they can be exposed to outside of the classroom. And so when we start talking about books that are problematic, we're really talking about the things that we find problematic. And that's where the parent-child relationship really matters in the home and having those discussions. And so I won't be supporting the motion. I think it opens up a big can of worms. And like I said, I do think our administration really does their due diligence. And I appreciated hearing all of the responses tonight. And as a parent, I trust fully if I know that if I ever had an issue with the book, who I could go to. And so I'm glad that we had this discussion so that information is now publicly available to families here. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a point of order.
Point of order? What's your point?
So my point is, we've heard quite clearly that this process already exists. So I'm wondering if the motion's even in order.
I'll let Trustee Chin. So, the point of order is that we already have the data available, so that the motion may not be required.
Can I say something?
So,
Yeah.
Trustee Chin,
The
on your motion?
Yeah, on my motion. Yeah, even the data is available, and it's not very easy to get access to all the parents. And I was guided by a parent. He sent me those step by step, and I did to search one book. I did several steps, and then even the second time, I don't. If without the instruction, I don't know how to get it out. And it's not a common list. It's you have to know the name, and then you search it. If you don't know what exists in that, you cannot search. Yeah, I'm just explaining that my motion is different with the database existed, and also if there is if there is clear transparency, there won't be a debate that superintendents say that it's not available to students, it's only for teachers, but the parents say that they saw that in the library shelf. So, and it was removed. So if there is fully transparency, there won't be such kind of debate again and again. And we still don't know if what's the truth of that. Yeah, and I also feel that we saw a lot of books today, and we kind of have complicated feelings. Let me finish. Thank you. Let me finish. My English is not good. I want to finish. Yeah, I want to finish. And I see the attitude for the books is that defensive. Oh, it's out of line.
Point of order.
Trustee
Point of
Chin,
order. Trustee Chen,
You can
please
speak
let
to
the
your
chair speak.
motion, but what we're trying to decide is if the motion is necessary because there's already a database. So I'm going to rule that we only have one more question, and that was from Trustee Armstrong, and then we're going to take the vote because we've already invested a lot of time. So you would have the last words on your motion, okay? But what you were talking about now wasn't to Trustee Leclerc's point. That's why I stopped you. But you can finish in 1 minute when we finish with Trustee Armstrong's question to the motion, okay? Trustee Armstrong, you had a second question on the motion?
No, I already spoke.
Okay. I thought
Maybe
you
I
had
was
a
just
second
doing this. I don't know.
No? Okay. So Trustee Chin, you just finish your remarks, and then we're going to vote.
Yes, thank you for all your opinions. I'm kind of disappointed because I'm looking for a cooperation for parents and to get involved and engagement. And I'm looking forward to the administration to open their mind to accept their, their opinions and criticism like this. And those books are already here. And I didn't get the answer why those books appeared. And they are all defensive and say that, oh, it's out of love. It's truly love. It's truly good for the kids to see those pictures. And it's easy to see out of love. I don't question the good intention, but if it's really good for the kids to read those books, it's really good to put books in the library without screening and just say we want love, we want inclusive. Film have rating system. Why? Because the kids are so young. They may not be be able to make judgment, and they may not know what is good, their model role, what they should learn. But we put everything to them and let them make judgment. I don't think it's love. If it's love, it's poisonous love. And also regarding the hate comments, so-called hate comments, I think hate have different.
Point of order.
Could you stay to the motion, please? We've been going a very long time, and you need to stay to your motion, and then we're going to take the vote.
Yeah.
So if you have something on your motion, can you please finish that up?
Okay. And my motion, I think, is still necessary. I don't think we should, all the data is there, but we need capability, to computer knowledge to dig it out. We search it one by one by several steps. I would prefer, my motion is that to give a full list and to show that, give it to parents. And please, you can read it and help us to find anything wrong. And we welcome comments. We won't say anything that you are hatred, something like that. It's too easy to put a hat of hatred on the parents. No parents hate their kids. They love their kids and they try to protect their kids. It's just a different understanding, but we think debating is good to improve this judgment. And overall, we want to improve our quality education, protect our kids. And as a minority, I do think we have different sensitive issues, and I don't want my kids to get access. But I was not respected if I don't have a chance to give the opinion, to say that, oh, it hurt our group. So I hope, yeah.
Trustee Chin, I'm sorry, but you're going off topic.
Mm-hmm.
Your motion is for the new books to be added to the list. So is there anything more that you need to say? Because we need to move on.
Yeah, basically, first, the database that existed is not good for parents to get access. And the second is that, as the superintendent said, is tons of books. We need the new book list to make sure that qualified books to be included. And I have a opinion. If you have question regarding the second part, I can make a amendment. Sorry, I can make an amendment to delete the second part and just include the books that Central Library purchased and the individual library formally purchased, documented. And as for other books, we can leave it for the Parents Council to check. That I can make an amendment. Yeah. Pardon?
So what exactly is your...
The motion, the motion is that to ensure transparency and improve parents' involvement and feedback, I made a motion that GECDSB publicly shares on the website a list of all new books added to the school libraries on a continuous basis, beginning September 2022. That's it. And deleting the rest part. All and any books are included, delete all this. So just only, the school purchased central libraries and the main school library purchased those lists we needed. Because we saw it in the email and you all get this.
No more debate. I just want to know what your amendment is. So your
Yeah.
amendment is a period after September 2022, and that the new list includes only centrally purchased books for school libraries. So, sorry, no, I'm not making the amendment. I'm trying to get Trustee Chin's amendment.
Sorry, stop on 2022, and the other books included, we can ignore it, and just the main central library purchased, and highly recommended by the senior administration. Those kind of book has to be listed. Yeah.
No, you keep changing it.
No, sorry. Yeah, I just delete the rest part and stop at 2022.
Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Seconder for the amendment. Well, first we need a seconder on the amendment before you can ask a question. Okay, is there a seconder to the amendment? No, there is no seconder. The amendment fails, and now we're back on motion. We've been talking about it for about an hour. So I think now we've exhausted the list of trustees who had questions. So I'm going to call for the vote, but I'm going to read the motion because we don't have it in writing. So I'm going to read it one more time. To ensure transparency and improve parents' involvement and feedback, this is Trustee Chin makes a motion that GECDSB publicly shares on the website a list of all new books added to the school libraries on a continuing basis beginning September 2022. All and any books that are added to any library of the board from home and school, grants and or donations must be placed for public viewing of additions. All those in support of the motion? All those in support? We're calling the vote. All those in support? All.
Order.
Okay.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Cook?
Opposed.
Trustee Leclerc?
Opposed.
Trustee Nelson?
Opposed.
Trustee Sipkar?
Opposed.
Trustee Chin?
Support.
Student trustees?
Opposed.
Student trustee?
Opposed.
Trustee Burgess?
Opposed.
Trustee Armstrong?
Opposed, but I didn't get a chance to ask my question.
If it was on the amendment, I asked you if you had a second question. You said no.
Then something else came up. So I apologize. This is my
I know.
first time. I don't know the
I know,
process.
but we're past it now. You can still ask administration a question after the meeting. Trustee McKinley?
Opposed.
Trustee Buckler?
Opposed.
Motion fails. N, trustee question period. Do we have any questions for this meeting? Okay, Trustee Leclerc?
So I'm going to make a statement, and I need somebody to say whether it's accurate or not. So if a student from the city of Windsor applies to go to Walkerville and is accepted, they're given transportation to go to Walkerville. If a student from the county applies to go to Walkerville in the special program, they are not provided with transportation. Is that accurate?
Superintendent Armstrong?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. If a student wishes to attend the Creative Arts program at Walkerville and they live in the city and they are outside the 3.2 kilometer walking zone boundary, then they would be provided with a Transit Windsor pass to attend the program. If there is a student that lives in the county that wishes to attend that same program, they would need to find their way to the city, and then from there they would be offered a Transit Windsor pass. To clarify, that is not a decision that West's makes. It's a board decision.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that's inequitable between our county students and our city students?
I don't know that that's for Superintendent Armstrong to answer.
It's rhetorical because the answer is
Right.
yes, it's inequitable that a student from the county has to find their way to the city to get on a bus. So that needs to be addressed. We talk about EDI. This is a very simple example of where county students who are applying for the same programs are treated differently than city students. So we need to get on that and get it fixed. That's my opinion.
Student trustee Hawkins had a question?
Yes, thank you. In remarks from our final speaker this evening, the book Looking for Alaska was mentioned. 2 years ago in my grade 10 English class, Looking for Alaska was a book that our class read and reflected on. The book not only addresses themes of teenage sexuality, but themes surrounding friendship, mental health, depression, and suicide. I go to high school every day and I see and hear about these themes every day in the real lives of my peers. The opportunity to read Looking for Alaska provided my class with an opportunity for discussions about mental health and to learn how to support our peers through challenging times. The teacher provided a trigger warning to students about the content that would be displayed in the book and throughout discussions in class. Is it expected that teachers provide trigger warnings when instructing students to consume media that relates to potentially triggering or concerning topics?
Superintendent Howitt?
Yes, teachers should be previewing all information and preparing their class for the topics that are addressed, absolutely.
Supplementary? Superintendent Hawkins?
Thank you.
Oh, that's a
Promotion.
big promotion.
I don't know about that.
Thank you for your answer. And supplementally, if a student indicates that they're uncomfortable or that their family is uncomfortable with the media that is being consumed in class, do they have the opportunity to be exempt from assignments and discussions?
An alternate reading opportunity would be provided, yes.
Thank you.
Questions from trustees? Trustee Armstrong?
Well, thank you. She's smarter than I am, my goodness. So that kind of answered my question because, again, as a classroom teacher, I'm trying to think, when would I use these resources? Because it's opening up a can of worms. We had a lot of angry parents here tonight. I don't know when I'd use this resource and feel comfortable because of what you just mentioned. Is there a label on the book saying you must do this, or this is an alternative resource for parents who might not like it? Like, we never got that kind of information as teachers. At least I didn't.
So the topics that are especially addressed in secondary schools are on social issues that students live with every day. And part of our work in education is to raise consciousness and understanding in that area, right? So that they can become social activists and helpers in addressing some of the major social issues we have in our communities. That's education. It's about making the world better. So do teachers have prompts to it? Second, we just did a renewal of all secondary English resources. So with that comes professional development. And then the kits at the media center, which need to be reviewed. Right now, that is one of the next areas to review. But we generally provide a descriptor for all teachers of the main topic that are being addressed, and they make decisions of if they do a whole class novel. And when I was an intermediate teacher, I would, sometimes I loved this, mixing it up and letting the children choose the topics as well. So tried to mix it up a little bit. But yes, they do have an overview of what the books are.
Are there any other trustees with a question for the first time? Trustee Cook and then Trustee Chin.
So first of all, I just want to thank Student Trustee Hawkins for bringing that up. That's very important. And what I have noticed tonight is, and what I've noticed through these emails and through some of the speakers tonight is, I really think what the problem is that it's parents that are uncomfortable with these topics, not the kids. This is called progression, moving forward, and the way it is. And if we talk to students, they're very comfortable with these topics, and it's information that they need to know. My question is to Superintendent Howitt is, would you agree with that?
With the uncomfortableness that parents have? I think parents, I really agreed with some of the things that the parents said. They know their children best, they know what's right for their children, and they're a very important partner in doing the work. Education is becoming aware of, like I just said, social issues that are part of the everyday world. And we can't shelter our children from those if we want them to engage in the world in a healthy way and to make a difference in the world. So parents can, for that deselection process for any materials, that process is being renewed and will be made available to families, that if you feel that uncomfortable about a topic or a resource that's being used, but it doesn't mean that the resource will be removed, right? I think that's what we need to, because there's two issues happening here. I think we need to be really clear on that. The two issues are, I'm concerned about a topic of a book, and I'm concerned about a topic of a book that's a protected ground. And we need to remember of our core values within the board and what we say we want for all students. So again, parents are totally entitled to their opinions, and there is space for that voice. But these are topics in the lived reality of the world that, that's education.
Thank you, Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do think in the school. And it's important to set up a role model to the students. And as Superintendent Howard said, that make the children to learn to live positively, happily, and in a positive way. But I wonder, some kinds of so-called theories are not scientific, proved, and they are not even, verified. And is that okay? Just use inclusiveness as an excuse to put all these unapproved, values and ideologies to the young kids. And when they are, from kindergarten, they reach that, they said, you can question your mom's gender. And your gender, can change based on the climate. And I cannot say that is wrong, but I feel bad. I don't think my kids can tell, what is the scientific,
Point of
the
order.
correct, yeah.
There's no question here.
Point of order. Trustee Sipkar, sorry, was that you? I'm having a hard time
Yeah, sorry,
hearing you.
point of order. There's no question here at this
Yeah,
current
I
moment.
was just going to ask for the question. Is there a question?
Yeah, my question, I didn't, say this, those are bad, but I just question, is there a criteria that what kind of content should be in the school, and is that all opinions, including the murderers and some things, they have their opinions also? Is that based on inclusiveness? We are putting all those so-called theories to the school board, to the students, and let them to make judgment by themselves. Is it a good way, a responsible way for our board to do that?
I don't know if that's a rhetoric question or if there's an answer. Superintendent Howard?
So again, I think two issues are being spoken about this evening, and we need to remember, and I think your question is reflective of books that are representative of students of the 2S LGBTQIA community. And I would argue that those students are probably the most marginalized in our system, because students who identify as queer, non-binary, trans, don't necessarily aren't able to locate themselves when they walk into a school. And for students that can't live their authentic life, and we know statistics have demonstrated that they are in greatest risk and have higher statistics of suicide. So when you're talking about whether these books should be put into our schools, we do have students that are representative. Our policies, our philosophy is saying that all students are representative, not except this group of students. They exist within our system, and they shouldn't only exist, they should thrive. And we have information that continuously is coming to us that's saying that students need to see themselves in the curriculum, because when they don't see themselves in the curriculum and the resources, it's saying that they are not valued. And I caution that we make judgment in this area, because we talk about this as our priorities in the system, and then we need to be that word. If that's what we say we are, we need to be that word. And we do have families, and I'll be very honest, that have called and thanked us for having those books, because even young students identify differently. And again, it's all students, not just some, it's all.
Thank you. For the first time, trustee questions for the first time. And I know, depending on time. So we've all had our opportunity at trustee question period. We're now moving to notices of motion for this meeting. Do we have any notices of motion? None? I know I have to go back, but, and we'll finish this, sorry, I had a question. Ms. Elizabeth, do you know offhand, is it at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock that I need to get a motion to continue? I thought it changed from 11 to 10, but I'm not sure.
I thought it was 11.
Yeah, for some reason, I thought it changed. Yeah, but I thought it changed. No. Is it? Okay, well, we'll save that for 11 o'clock when we get there then. Thank you. Any announcements? Trustee McKinley, then Trustee Leclerc.
I am proud to announce that the 20th Annual Cereal Box Challenge, including Bellwood, Talbot Trail, Southwood, Central, Glenwood, and McWilliam, this year, even with the price of cereal being as dear as it is, brought in more cereal grams than last year with a whopping 3.16 million grams of cereal that went to 28 schools in our board and 6 community organizations that also support students and their families. So I could not be prouder of this. I was kind of prepared for a little drop because of the price increases, but this went over last year, and which, given the price of cereal, was even higher than it would appear to have been, the increase. So that's my announcement, and if you want to see a few pictures, they're on the board website. Oh, and at the board office, yes, thank you very much. The board office also had their own competition, and I heard the HR department won for the department that brought in the most with, what she said, 55,000 grams of cereal. So congratulations on that. The good fellows were extremely happy good fellows when all that cereal got dropped off. So thank you one and all for your participation. And believe me, 20 years ago, I had no idea when I dropped off a van load of cereal at Benson that I would be doing this 20 years later. But I'm happy I am. Thank you.
Trustee Leclerc, your announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll do this the best I can. We all encounter at some point in our life a teacher that makes a difference. And it's important when we find those people because they improve our lives and they change the course of our lives. For me, that was a gentleman by the name of Jim Chichura. He made a difference for me. He's an amazing man. I arrived at Sandwich as a kid that was kind of lost, a bit of a hippie, believe it or not, without the, because I had hair back then. A guy who loved the Beatles when everybody else was into heavy metal. But Jim Chichura knew and he understood and he made a difference in my life. He unfortunately passed away. January 7th, 2023 is a celebration of his life. It's going to be held at 5030 Howard Avenue, and I encourage anybody who was touched by Mr. Chichura to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Cook has an announcement.
Just a quick announcement. Lola's pajamas that I talked about last year. I just want to send out a congratulations. They surpassed their 1,300 pairs of pajamas. They have done awesome. It's Carrie and Marty Denonville that started this. They're awesome people. They're my neighbors. They also been friends for, how old's my brother? 70 years. Whoa. So long time. So congratulations, and it's just an amazing organization that they've started. Thank you.
Much. Good news. And Student Trustee Hawkins.
Thank you. Just a reminder that the Student Trustee Election Expression of Interest form remains open until January 15th, and please encourage any grade 10 or 11 students that you know that might be interested to apply for the position, and if they have any questions, they can be directed to myself or Student Trustee Knapper. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going back to our agenda. We still have a lot to go through. We're on item L4. This is a recommendation from SEAC. our Special Education Advisory Committee, that the board approve the association organization applications for membership to serve on the Special Education Advisory Committee of the Greater Essex County District School Board for the term 2022 to 2026. Moved by Trustee Cook, seconded by, need a seconder, Trustee McKinley. Do we have any questions on this motion? You have the attachment of the organizations. Trustee Burgess, you have a question?
I know we had some discussion about this a while ago, how we solicit new members, etc. And, I noticed that there aren't any vision or hearing or certain organizations that we've had in the past. And I'm wondering if we directly seek out, or is it just a blanket kind of come on and join us? Do we intentionally ask from organizations within our district?
Superintendent Wilcox?
Yep, thank you through you, Madam Chair. We advertise on all of our social media, and this year, because it's a 4-year term, we advertise in the Windsor Star, and that's how we seek out our members. We didn't seek out specific organizations.
Okay. Supplementary?
Yeah, supplementary.
Trustee Burgess?
So does it have to be a 4-year term? Can we still solicit membership from other intentionally?
Wilcox?
Sure. We actually, every fall, we put out notifications, and I'll thank you for that recommendation, and we can go out and approach certain groups. We do also advertise through our associations too, because they're all networked throughout the community, but thank you, yes. There's an opportunity for them to join later.
If I could add to that, trustees over time have often looked to see that we get more of a well-rounded representation of the groups that service the special needs, and that we should be approaching organizations. And it sounds like we haven't been doing that, but it's come up numerous times that we wanted to see a very robust SEAC with as much representation as we can get from the community. So I appreciate that Trustee Burgess asked the question. I know I've asked it many times over the years, and other trustees as well. So if we could do some reaching out, I think it would be well worth it to enrich our committee.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
What are we doing? Trustee Buckler on the recommendation, and then Trustee McKinley?
It was just on that. I know people more often react positively when they're invited, when they feel welcome. So you had a great point, and I know I would participate more if I was invited and asked to sit at the table, that their voice is valuable at the table. We have the names of the associations. There's no reason we can't we do it for other things around here, I would appreciate it, Mike. That would be great. Thank you.
Trustee McKinley on the recommendation?
I was just noticing I didn't see Canadian, I think it's the Canadian Hearing Association or the Windsor one. Is that because of a lack of, I know when I was sat on SEAC before, they were having trouble coming to meetings because they were having trouble getting translators or interpreters. Is that still the situation, why they may have not be at the table?
I couldn't actually answer that. As long as I've been on SEAC, they haven't been an organization that has been involved in SEAC, but I can certainly look into that. And we would help provide those services if needed. So,
any other questions on the recommendation? Then I'll ask for the vote. All those in support? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. L5 is on your addendum. This has to do with our 2022-23 revised estimates, and it's recommended that the board approve a maximum of 1% operating deficit for purposes of the Ministry of Education compliance calculation of $4.5 million, representing 1% of the board's operating allocation. Trustee Burgess? I would move it. You're going to move it, and Trustee Buckler, did you have your hand up to second it? Okay, and for questions, but first I was going to ask if Superintendent Armstrong could give a quick explanation of what this all means for new trustees? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Administration's in the process of completing the revised estimate submission for the ministry. It's due on December the 15th. The revised estimates is an updated budget projection. It reflects more timely information such as enrollment and staffing data and revised assumptions. The original budget was submitted to the ministry on June 30th, 2022. While we work on the revised estimates, while we are continuing to work on it, it is still in process. We have identified some factors that suggest that the use of 1% of the board's operating allocation may be required. We've outlined that to you in the memo in terms of what those issues are and why they are factors. I don't bring this forward lightly. This clearly is not a sustainable way to fund our operations, especially with 80% of our budget being represented by salaries and benefits. But at this point, it's very difficult to identify cost savings without making changes to the services that we're offering our students. We think it's important to be transparent in our budget process so that the ministry is aware of the implications of funding levels on school boards and the impact in particular of staff absenteeism on board budgets, because that is a significant factor that we're facing right now. However, in order to go forward with a revised estimate submission that has a deficit, we do require the approval of the board, which is why we're bringing it forward to you now. And we'd be more than happy to come back in January, or we can do it at the February Ops and Finance meeting with more detailed walkthrough for you on the revised estimates as soon as we finalize it and submit it.
Trustee Burgess, you made the motion, correct? Yeah.
Just a question. I support the motion. I think it's necessary. I think it's prudent, and I like the fact that our superintendent of business really doesn't want to do this, but it's necessary. So I certainly support it. My question is actual rates of inflation which exceed the ministry's funding benchmark of 2.3%. So my question is a political one, and I'm not going to ask for a political answer necessarily, but I think to get an understanding of this, we all know inflation is more than 2.3%. I mean, that is so old. So I'm wondering if COSBO, the superintendent of business organization provincially, or anybody else is advocating politically to have a different benchmark, because it really would help us with our bottom line reflect what we need to do. I mean, inflation is not 2.3%.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. First of all, I do want to recognize that Mr. Mayhew is with us this evening, and this is actually like 99.99% of his work, so he deserves a ton of credit for this. Yes, COSBO continues to advocate. We did actually do a submission to the ministry on the grants for student needs, and we continue to advocate it. It is constantly brought up as an issue facing school boards.
Can I ask a supplemental? What is the recommended, or I'm going to say the generally accepted rate of inflation these days?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say about 7% at least.
Questions on the motion, on the recommendation? Trustee Leclerc?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 6.13 is what OMER's set as the inflation rate at the moment. So my question is this. This is the third time that we've asked for a 1% overage, twice related to to COVID. OMER's on my mind. Twice related to COVID, 1% each time, and this will be the third time we're asking for 1%. So probably in the neighborhood of just over $13 million in the last 2 years, based on the 4.5, like $13.5 million. Where does this leave us in terms of our surplus dollars that we have in the bank?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'll start the answer, and then I think I'll turn to Mr. Mayhew for the details. For budget purposes, we have come to the board and asked for 1% to deal with the COVID pandemic. Then we asked the subsequent year for 2% for the COVID pandemic because the ministry allowed us to do so. In the first year, we did not actually end up with a deficit for ministry compliance purposes, so we did not touch our accumulated surplus. Last year, when we asked for the 2%, which was about $8.4 million, we finished the year with a deficit of $84,000. So we just dipped our toes into the water. This year, I think it's realistic that we are going to need it, unfortunately. I don't know how other boards are doing it. I don't know how they're shuffling their pots, but we're trying to be upfront with it. So that would be the impact. We think the 4.5 million would be the max this year. And Mr. Mayhew, maybe you could just comment on the balance of our accumulated surplus.
Sure, I can take it from there. Thanks, Superintendent Armstrong. Fortunately, like Superintendent Armstrong mentioned, over the last couple of years, we painted the picture as grave, and then we didn't end up there for unforeseen items such as COVID restrictions that shut us down and resulted in savings, or actuarial future employee benefit gains over $9 million, which helped us come into a small surplus last year. As we look towards this year, it's looking like we really have a lot more risks with inflation, with the current rate of absenteeism equal to where we were tracking last year. And last year we were over $3.7 million over our teacher supply costs. That's a lot of money. We've got some other pressures throughout the budget that we're looking at right now. Inflation alone takes a big toll. You start to have to look at your operations budget, and that dollar doesn't go as far, and you're trying to work within the same means. We've got a lot of portable relocation costs we have to address that aren't sufficiently funded. We've gone through line through line. We've really had to look at where we can cut, and we keep cutting. We hope that there's additional revenue that falls into our hands. That's always a positive we look for. If it's additional PPF grants or other revenues we didn't budget for, such as a conservative interest estimate, perhaps we can get some more interest revenue. But we really can't rely on those funding sources. And we hope that enrollment maintains the growth it's at now. I mean, we're seeing enrollment kind of creep back up to pre-pandemic levels, which helps us with our funding. But we're also seeing, for instance, our special education need that's growing astronomically and not in proportion to the funding growth in that area. Hoping we can maintain that enrollment growth, and that will help to alleviate some of the cost pressures in future years. However, that's definitely something we're going to have to look to moving forward.
So supplemental, the surplus, what the surplus is, and what would the consequences be of us not passing this? Does it send a message to the ministry that there's a problem with the funding model?
So just to conclude on what I was saying earlier, the surplus is at $31.9 million as of August 31st, 2022. So we haven't really touched that over the last couple of years because of what's happened. That's what I was getting to. And as far as sending a message, I can give it back to Superintendent Armstrong.
Oh, okay. I'm just.
If we don't,
how do I say this? Okay, we can balance however you want us to balance, but it may not be a realistic budget. Mm-hmm. We don't have to change the budget, for example, for occasional teaching costs. But the reality is our actual results are going to come in at something different. We strongly believe that. And then it comes back to our credibility to the ministry about why we didn't adjust the budget accordingly if we felt that that was the issue, and it's documented here in a public memo to the board. So,
Okay. Trustee Sipkar?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this to us. I've kept my eye on the surplus, having been a part of a lot of the conversations with Superintendent Armstrong and Mr. Mayhew. So I did notice that we actually hadn't really touched our surplus. In fact, the first year of COVID, I remember it grew. And so, you know, the 1%, and we didn't touch the 2% last year, I remember as well. My question has to do with, I was adding up these numbers, and it actually looks like we would be projecting even more than 4.5 million, if I'm correct. It seems like we're closer to 7, but we can only spend 1% at this current moment. My question is there going to be has there been any indication from the ministry that they would allow for that additional 1% again, and that's their kind of solution to the inflation issues? Like, I feel like, and this is, maybe I'll just make a comment as well, is that the ministry has been very pro spending the surplus because it's a way for them to deal with the additional costs without actually having to pay for it from their budget. And it penalizes boards like ours who have been very fiscally prudent, as we've kind of established in the last few years. So is there any indication that that will be increased to 2%, and that's why we're even over projecting the 4.5 to around actually 7 million?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Yes, if you did the math, it's not great. Just to clarify, inflation is just one of the factors. I know we've talked about staff absenteeism. Enrollment went up, which was great, but by the time you deal with the staffing allocation that's required for the additional students, it takes away from the funding that you get from that. And of course, we lose our declining enrollment grant. That goes down because our enrollment went up. Special education, we've already talked about, it has a $9.1 million deficit. And that was at the original budget. And we've seen far more students enrolling in our system with complex needs that require additional supports that we've had to provide. Student transportation, we talked about that. It was at $1 million deficit at original budget. We're now projecting an additional $600,000 just to maintain the current service because of inflation and because of the extra routes that we've had to provide for the students that have enrolled that have special needs. So there's a number of factors besides just inflation. I don't believe the ministry is going to offer anything more than the 1%. That's always been in the regulations, with the COVID year last year being a little bit unique, which is why they offered the 2%. So we're going to have to scrub the best that we can. I don't know a better word for it. Manage our spending. If we need more, then we have to tell the ministry that, but it could put us in a potential for a deficit recovery plan and other items that would be required by the ministry.
Supplemental?
Yeah, so just on that point then, so are we kind of signaling to the ministry that even spending the 1% isn't enough? And not that we want an additional 1%, but we're signaling that our funding levels are not sustainable, is really what this, in addition to being, you know, transparent about where our budget is at and, you know, projections moving forward, but it's also signaling in a way. Would that be a fair statement?
You, Madam Chair, yes, because we filed a balanced budget at June 30th, and now we're coming back without COVID implications really affecting our school board, and now we're saying we need a $4.5 million use of our accumulated surplus. If it doesn't trigger a question, then I don't understand that, so it should.
On the recommendation, anyone else? Trustee Chin?
Actually, I always have a question regarding the transportation fees, and I don't quite understand. Actually, I remember during the pandemic and the transportation stopped, but we keep on paying the fees as usual. And I remember at that time, actually, all the workers they could have the how to say that, funding from the government to what's that name? EI? Is that EI? Yeah, yeah. Anyway, there is funding for them. So I don't understand why during the pandemic the transportation is kind of you know less than before, but the cost is it keep on going and to a great extent. So I don't know if why we don't find a way to try to save some cost and for the future to hire more workers to fulfill the transportation. Thank you.
I don't think there's a need to answer that tonight because it's not related to the motion, but you can follow that up with Superintendent Armstrong, okay? That's not what the motion is about. Is there anyone else on the recommendation? I have one point, if I could, before we take the vote. I have never supported a motion that asks us to dip into our surplus unless that goes forward to the ministry with a very stern and clear letter about the fact that we're not comfortable having to use our surplus number one, spelling out the kind of items that are not adequately funded. And to Trustee Sipkar's point, you know, many boards don't have a surplus. To even to be able to do that, yet they still manage to survive through the process, through the ministry. So unless I get consensus to accompany this with a letter, I'm not going to support the motion because I just have never supported using our surplus for this reason when we're underfunded, clearly underfunded. So I don't know how you feel about that. We have consensus to include a letter about our shortfalls and, okay? Trustee Burgess?
Yes, there's consent on that. I think that's wise, and I think that OPSPA should be copied as well. There are often letters that, you know, show up on the board of directors, et cetera, and it encourages other boards in similar positions, et cetera, to also, it's a political piece.
Absolutely, and I think in the past we have addressed it to our local MPPs as well as OPSPA. Yeah, so thank you for the consensus on that, because I think it's really important that if we're sending in this revised estimate, we need to have that letter go as well. When does this revised estimate have to be in?
December the 15th, so next Thursday.
We have time to get a letter? All right, thank you. So I'm going to call the vote. All those in support? Are there any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Are we moving on to reports to be received? M1 at 10:20 p.m. is the report of the director.
I can do this, or would you like me to? Yes, you'd like me to do it? Okay. I'm fast anyway. Okay. This is our final meeting before the winter holiday break, and it's my pleasure to give you with some pleasant memories from the past month or so. Sunday, December 3rd was the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, and throughout the previous week, 10 schools in our board had the opportunity to acknowledge the occasion with Unstoppable Tracy Schmidt, an author, speaker, Paralympian, and four-way amputee. She was a big hit at all the schools she visited with her inspirational message and personality. Of course, a few weeks ago was Remembrance Day, and it was certainly commemorated with dignity and respect throughout the board, including these examples at DM Eagle and Forest Glade Public Schools. You might not be aware, but it's robotics season, and the team from Hetherington Public School recently took part in their first event of the year. King Edward Public School is one of the pilot sites for the Active Transportation Project in cooperation with the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit that is funded by Ontario Active School Travel Agent Travel Fund Grant. And they got a paint job on the crosswalk in front of the school. On the left, that's the mural in progress, and on the right, the finished product. Homework help is now available for students grades 4 to 8, and this free support will be around until the end of March. Just check out the website for more information. Lexia is another program that our students have access to, which is making a tremendous difference in reading skills of young learners. These Lexia superstars here are from Kingsville Public School. And the annual Cereal Box Challenge recently concluded with an impressive 3.1 million grams of cereal collected for breakfast programs and food banks in our area by just 6 of our schools. Bellwood on the left was the overall challenge champion this year, but the individual champ had to be Owen Major from McWilliam, who by himself collected 765 boxes of cereal. Wow. Ford City Public School has been a busy place recently. Students are helping out with the tree decorations at the Gino Marcus Center. They just completed a successful collection of hygiene products for young people in need. And they wrote holiday cards to residents of retirement homes. Every elementary school has a group they call ambassadors. They're students, usually grade 7 or 8 students, who help out with any type of school events. Here are some of the team from Prince Edward Public School who are always around when they're needed to answer questions or to show visitors around their school. And finally, something to look forward to. The talented folks at Walkerville Collegiate Institute are putting on their very merry medley show on December 15th and 16th, and that should be a lot of fun filled with holiday spirit. Tickets are $5 and they're available at the door. Those are just some of the events happening around our system.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the director's report? Trustee Burgess?
The director is very modest in many ways in that she doesn't share all the other work that she's doing across the province. And I wonder if you could give us some idea of some of the things that you're also involved in.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Burgess. I sit on the Code Executive and the Code Council of Directors of Education Executive. I sit on the P-Code Executive as well, Public Directors as well. And I sit on a couple of provincial bargaining teams this year, provincial tables, as well as the Labor Relations Council for the province. Those are some of the things I'm involved in provincially.
Thank you. And I know that last one that you mentioned has been a lot of work, and it was mentioned at the recent OPSPA Board of Directors.
Any other questions? No? Moving on to the next report is the report of the OPSPA Director. It would be Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I know the time, and but there is a lot to cover, so I'm going to cover it as fast as I possibly can. Since the inaugural meeting, as your voting delegate and as your director on the Board of Directors, we've met last Sunday, all day, all afternoon and evening, Sunday, and then I found myself at a Board of Directors meetings going over many different issues and then preparing for Advocacy Day at Queen's Park, which was on Monday. We were assigned to certain MPPs, and I was happy to meet with local MPP Andrew Downey, with colleagues from Thames Valley Board, and then MPP Jenny Stevens from St. Catharines area. I met with MPP Liardi. We attended question period. We saw Bill 23 go through, and then we had a reception in the evening as well, and got to meet with a lot of other MPPs who we didn't have a direct meeting with. The Board of Directors meeting, if I could just go through some of the things that we chatted about, I'm just going to give you the headlines. I will be sending out the summary that Lisa Reinhardt at OPSPA office prepares. It's a remarkable thing to have that in addition to whatever note-taking I may take. But I did want to announce that Rusty Hick, as you may know, has retired, and there will be an announcement soon about a new executive director for OPSPA. It was also the very first Board of Directors attended by the new OPSPA Director of Labor Relations, Andrew Gold, who comes from Toronto area, and new OPSPA Director of Program Policy, Dr. Valerie Nielsen. And we got to meet them, and they have a lot on their plate, so it's going to be good getting to know them. We talked about labor relations, obviously, and ratification by school boards will be happening soon now that CUPE has undertaken their ratification. We had legislative updates of all kinds of different things. The MPPs are going to be gone for winter recess after December 8th, and they don't return until after Family Day, which is February 21st, 2023. There's an opportunity possibly at a constituency office to meet with them, but otherwise they're out of the house. Some of the legislations that was currently being monitored by OPSPA is the Better Municipal Governance Act, Bill 39. Bill 36 is the Progress on the Plan to Build Act, which is budget measures. And there was, in the fall economic statement, can be found in the report that you'll be getting too. Bill 23, as I mentioned, called for More Homes Built Faster Act. A lot of people are referring it to as the Greenbelt Act. Does have implications for many new homes and therefore schools. All the legislative updates are on the website, and there's OPSPA Connects blog as well. And all members, I encourage all new trustees, veteran trustees, to please look at it because there's lots happening. And if you really want to understand what the current issues are before the Grants for Student Needs comes forward, now's your time. So on your downtime during December and part of January, that would be great. Lots of SB and B memos. One of the big ones, of course, is from Education Finance about the consolidation of OSB, following up on the memorandum sent, it was SB 28, October 26, from that was sent to the senior business officials and the secretary treasurers of school authorities. And it does talk about the update of the consolidation of the OSB into school board financial statements. That's going to be an ongoing concern and will require some continued strong political action on our behalf. We sent in our Grants for Student Needs submission, and that was built on intake from the two standing work groups, policy and education, and staff, a lot of staff research. We had lots of OPSP in the media, especially with labor relations. We had, as I said, our Advocacy Day on November 28th. It was well planned and was well supported by a survey that was done by Nanos Polling that gave us some really interesting findings about what the general public feels about education, what are the big issues and what kind of things we have to work on. We narrowed because we knew we only had so much time at Queen's Park and, half-hour meetings, that kind of thing, and we had to be succinct. We focused on 3 issues. One, the biggest one that we had in common with all the boards was capital and facilities. Everybody had something to say about that, about the funding and how it was not meeting the needs, and whether that was in areas of growth, areas of that we needed a lifting of a moratorium on accommodation reviews, education development charges, hot issue, and overwhelming delays between the approval and release of the funding for new schools, the constant delays, capital funding benchmarks, recognizing inflation, supply chain things, all of those things. We talked about that, and also about childcare and how we needed to continue to concentrate on community hubs, community use, and childcare. So the other one, we kind of glanced over this because it was like nothing new but a broken record, but we did talk about student transportation and what our recommendations were about that, and a lot of the challenges that we have been talking about either here or in our soon-to-be transportation committee, and all the the challenges, whether it be bus driver shortages, benchmarks that need upgrading, and finding ways to support student participation, whether it's in programming or field trips, sporting events, etc. Big thing was equity, diversion, and inclusion, and we really want to, we had like a elevator pitch, and that one was school boards operate with a fundamental principle that every student should have equitable access and opportunity to succeed personally and academically, barrier and bias free, regardless of background, identity, or personal circumstances. And, speaking with every MPP, there was just absolute full support for that. And MPP Dowie, in fact, was there for the Day of Remembrance for for trans folks, Day of Remembrance, transgender, yeah. So, and raising the flag that day and stuff. We had a good chat about that. We had some friends from other boards, Lambton Kent, for example. Also, we were helping distribute their thoughts. So we talked about our Greater Essex things and our regional things, and we explained who we are. We had leave behinds. We had a great media release, and then we did share the Nanos poll in our information, and I will make sure that that's all available to you by linking. And so in the summary, I strongly suggest that you look for those links. And I think that will do my report as far as that goes. And as I said, our next job will be to consider the QP contract. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you have questions? Trustee Sipcar?
Just a quick question, especially for the new trustees, because I think our next board meeting isn't until January 17th. What is the Public Education Symposium, and when is it, and how can trustees attend it, should they choose to do so?
Sorry. The director sent that out to all the trustees a few weeks ago.
Correct. And
I'm just asking for a reminder since we don't have a board
And thank you. And actually, I had that down on my announcements, but I just didn't want to add to the announcements at the announcements. But that's a very good point. The Public Education Symposium happens every year, generally in January, and I think it's the 26th to 28th. And there will be a piece in the beginning that will be optional, I'm going to say, for professional development. Generally, in an inaugural year where a new board comes on, there's a very strong encouragement to attend. You will find colleagues that are from statistically similar boards or from regional boards. If you're from a rural area, suburban, urban, you're going to find some commonalities, and it's a great way to network things that you can't pick up online, can't pick up in a book. You're going to make those really authentic connections. And I strongly suggest it. Now, the deadline is approaching very quickly to register to get the early bird cost. We generally have something in our budget. I don't know if we asked last June to support more professional development in that first year to attend Public Education Symposium. But get your hotel reservation in. It's held at the Sheraton Center, which is very close to the OPSPA office, if you ever want to see the OPSPA office as well. So get those hotel reservations and Public Education Symposium registration completed as soon as possible.
Are there any questions of the OPSPA report?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Superintendent Allender. The long-term accommodation report.
So given the time, I will go over this information a little quicker than normal. I know there's a lot of information in here, and probably could spend a couple hours on it, no problem, but we won't do that tonight for sure. I just would like to, before I even start, I always have to thank Miss Christine Breshammer, who's my admin assistant. I know she's not here tonight. I'm sure she's up watching. Pretty sure she is anyway. But I thank her for everything because she helps me out tremendously. Very valuable resource to our board. And I do want to say before I start that this long-term accommodation report for Trustee Chin, this is not a burden, I promise you. Okay? Okay. So for the report here, we didn't have one last year. COVID threw a little glitch in things for a lot of things actually, not just this. And our students in our schools It wasn't the same because of the remote learning. So it was very difficult. And even this year, going over it with the analysts and ourselves within the board and so forth and across the province, it's been a little more difficult than normal to basically predict what is going to happen because the 2 years of COVID really changed things, and now we're hoping that it's going to come back to the way it was going previous. And so our purpose always is about student learning and achievement, and it's based on our strategic priorities. We are pleased to have the 2021 census now. We had to use the 16 for a long time. Now we're at the 21 census. The trends are going well. Finally, there's positive percents if you look in the very last column, which is a nice thing. We have increased in our total population from 2001 to 2021. However, you'll see in a couple slides here that just because we've increased doesn't necessarily mean that we've increased with school-age children. Always throw in pictures of our beautiful schools, beautiful background, and I will say to the left and most likely to the front of this building, there is tremendous development that's going on right now. Again, the 21 census with the population distribution, and we're talking about each of the subdivisions. Again, we can see it, the very last column is telling to the right, and that's your 65 and over % change. All positive, almost all double digit, and that's a lot of the reason that the population has increased to the extent that it has over the last 20 years or so. This is very important information, very concise, and it's your 5-year renewal cost. And so we're at $460 million. Thank goodness over the past number of years we've received, and you'll see it in a slide or two, SCI funding as well as renewal, which has really helped us out. If we hadn't received that, it wouldn't be surprising if that 5-year renewal cost would be probably close to $1 billion. The average board-wide FCI is 43%, which is still high. 30 is sort of the threshold we go by, but 43 is what we're at. And then the infrastructure is 47 years, which is still one of the highest in the province, but we are getting better. But putting it in perspective, and I was kind of thinking about it myself, there hasn't been much change with it. And I thought, why? Because we're getting a lot of new builds. And when you think about it, you have a new build that's been around of the place that it's replacing for, let's say it's 50 years or 60 years. Well, we have 75 schools in our board approximately. So 1 year, that's 75 more years added up. So even though we've just replaced a 60-year-old school, 1 year from now, that's replaced with the 1 year deal for all of our schools throughout the board. Because I thought that should be a lot lower, but then I kind of did some math with it and thought, okay, wait a sec, if it's 1 year more, and so that's why it doesn't decrease as much as we might think it would when we get all these new schools. Just again, Leamington District Secondary School, beautiful facility, walk in, how cozy that is when the school is in, the children are in there on their devices, talking, reading, studying, working together, it's great. And just for our facilities, that 5-year renewal, it does come from the assessors that are third party, and what they are is they're 2 engineers, and they specialize in building design, construction, and also building systems. So they're experts in those areas, and that's what determines the 5-year renewal. And they look at the different components of a school and determine what the age is, what the life of those pieces are, and then how much it is to replace them at a certain point in time. This is the chart I was looking at here. The renewal and the SCI funding. When you look at the bottom, I know it's a little small, but it's over the last number of years. We're almost at $200 million. Again, great gift from the ministry. Still isn't enough to cover what we need as a school board, but has really helped us out. Because what was happening previous to this is every year we would get approximately $6 million in renewal, and that was it. And that wasn't even close to covering what needed to be. That was putting Band-Aids on what was breaking. So we're at a point now where facility is able to address aesthetic pieces in schools so that you can actually see it with the eyes, enhance programs in our schools. So we're now moving into that realm. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, in that what you can't see but costs a lot of money. And so this is Queen Victoria. We had Prince Edward, and they're beautiful schools, both most likely heritage. I don't know that for sure, but I'm sure if they aren't, they would be. And something like this, you really can't see to the eye once it's covered back in. But it's something that's necessary and is probably about a $3 million project just to do this kind of thing. And now inside the school at the same time, when this was going on, that was all being renovated and new lockers were being put in, classrooms were being redone, lighting was being put in. So real great things going on at Queen Victoria, Prince Edward, and many of our schools across the system. Again, this summarizes the board as a whole in a way. The OTG is the on-the-ground capacity. Those are the permanent places in our schools. And the portables, porta-packs are considered temporary. So when we look at the number of students, we compare it to the on-the-ground capacity, and then that determines what our utilization rate is going to be. And you can see there what I did just for some perspective, because I know this board has done a great job in decisions they've made and where we've come. And there's a great chart that I actually was excited about when I was looking at it as I was putting this together. But the utilization rate for our elementary schools, we're at 94.2% now. The bracket is what we were a few years back at 86. And the empty spaces, they were at 3,600. Now we're at 1,500. So great movement in that area for the elementary side. Same with the secondary, and I can move right down to our utilization rate. 79% is what it was. Now we're at 91%. Empty spaces, we're almost 3,000. Now we're at around 1,200. And I don't know what it was, 8 years ago, I put this graphic on the screen, and it was covered with schools. Now we have one high school and 3 Andertons. One Sandwich and 3 Andertons make up what the spaces are that are empty, which is very good compared to what it used to be. I always show this picture because it reminds me of what kids were learning in 10 years ago at a high school. So very difficult decisions were made, but for good reason. And here you can see this is what science labs across our system for most of our schools look like now at this point in time, as opposed to what you just previously saw. And these are 2 different schools here. Excuse me. And I'll just mention too, there used to be 6,500 empty spaces, and now we're at about 2,700 with a number of new builds on the way. A chart that's used is our FCI versus utilization. Where we want our schools to be is in that bottom right quadrant. We do not want them to be in the top left quadrant. Bottom right is great for our system. So this is the chart, and it's easier to see on this screen versus the front screen. The bottom right is highlighted in the white. That's back in 2013. And you can see not a lot of schools there, but there's a lot that are sort of up toward that top left quadrant. And so this is, I'm going to put it back again too, because this is probably my favorite slide. And it's one of those things where you see your kids every day and you don't realize how much they're growing until somebody else comes up to you 2 or 3 years later. And I realized this during COVID when my kids ended up back in their sports again finally after a little bit of a layoff. And all of a sudden I realized my daughters had grown quite a bit, but I didn't even realize they did. So this is one of those things where here we were 10 years ago, almost 9 years ago, and here we are today. And I'll go back, and I'll go back. I could do that a whole bunch of times, but I'll stop there. So the The other is when you look at the very top three on that chart, and it's hard to see, but it's Kingsville Public School, Kingsville District High School, and DM Eagle. All three of those schools in the next year and a half or so are going to be new schools. So they're going to all be down in that bottom right quadrant as well. James L. Dunn, wonderful school. I know a number of you have had a chance to go through. I left this on because it has the 2018 in the front, just to remind me again when I was speaking that when we start these processes, they are not happening overnight. We all know that. This is one of the cases as well. Very long project. We have others going on. But when the project is finished, it is very, very rewarding, very satisfying. And these kids, whenever I'm in this school, and the teachers, they all to a T love it, at least that I've spoke to. Part of the report, you have your family of schools, so it gives your secondary schools all the feeder boundaries in different colors. It gives the total elementary enrollment versus the capacity. And so that's all of the schools added up, not just individual. Same thing with the family of schools here. It takes all of the individuals, but then adds up the total for the entire family. So you get a better perspective in that area versus just one particular school. The narrative that's in here previous to getting to some of the charts, you have some of the potential development that's happening. You have some of the history of the individual schools. You have FCI renewal, overcapacity, etc. There may be something unique in the area or about the school. Possible program boundary adjustments, and then just anything that might show ethical stewardship. Then you get into each of the individual elementary schools and their profiles. They have their pictures, and then they have all of the information there. It talks about the portables, the program, the closest school, anything you want, but it's for every single elementary school. It also gives each one of the on-the-ground capacities, the enrollments, and then the utilization rates for each one of the schools. And we do the same. This is North Star. We do the same for all of our secondary schools with all of that information as well. We look at the on-the-ground, the enrollment, no different than the elementary schools. After going through the individual schools like that, we then look at our French immersion analysis, and we look at all of the elementary, secondary immersion enrollments. We look at boundaries. We look at deliveries across the province and potential boundary changes or program changes, because French pre-COVID, which is one of the areas that was affected, was growing very rapidly across our system. And you can see that we have in there, there's a little note, there's about 4,000 students that are still in the elementary French immersion, and then there is 784 that are in the secondary. And so you can see the percentages, and even though our enrollment had been dropping previous for a number of years, French immersion has almost doubled over the last 10 years or so. Essex District in the library, and you can see just cozy, looks like somebody's family room with a lot of books. Here's now our French immersion schools. What we do, we take the boundary for the French immersion, which typically encompasses a number of English program schools, and we take the amount of students that live in the English district, we graph it so that we know how many students are coming from that area and going to the French immersion program. And then we break it down where we look at the French immersion enrollment, we look at the English enrollment, and then we take the percentage of French that are in the school. Again, Leamington High School at night, beautiful picture. I think it might be sunset. And I think Superintendent Armstrong may have talked about this previously. This is just all of our capital projects. We have 9 that have either just been approved or are going to be or have been and are in the process of being built or acquiring land. We put a number of submissions in. That's upcoming. We're not sure exactly when that'll be this year yet, but I'm sure the ministry will let us know shortly.
We have partnerships. Director Kelly, Superintendent Armstrong, myself meet with our municipalities, organizations, other community partners, childcare. We have a meeting at least once a year, and we just talk about the process and what it is, because we're always looking for partnerships. This here are the childcare projects that have been approved, or actually they have all been approved. I believe there was 7 of them at the different schools, and our belief is that we get them in our schools, they're going to be staying there the rest of their school career. There's mention throughout about potential considerations for boundary program changes, and just some of the schools are listed. Some of these are ongoing and looked at to see what the numbers are looking like. It could be because a new school is being built, and just a couple examples. It's not where we just decide, okay, this school has this many, this has this many, and we're going to move them. We break down the different areas. We look at proximity to the school. This has been completed a few years back. In the red outlined area where the blue arrow is pointing, there was approximately 50 students that were in that area, and all those, the green X's are the families that are in that area. Dougal is right to the right of that, to the east. So it's close proximity. Actually, the majority of the families are closer to Dougal than they are to Westgate in that particular quadrant. That was a situation where Westgate had grown so much that it was actually going to be over code as far as the numbers go, so we had to do something in that particular situation. Another that was complete was our new Legacy Oak Trail boundary. Initially, the left portion, top left portion in the black outline, that's part of LaSalle Public's English boundary. But French immersion had all gone to Sandwich West Public School. So we looked at how many French immersion students were going to Sandwich West in the purple, which was the old Prince Andrew boundary. And then we took a portion of the LaSalle boundary to see what was going to happen, because at the time the development hadn't quite started yet. As we started going in this process, realized we can't take those LaSalle students because of the development. And so what we do is each one of those areas, once again, break it down. We looked at all the FI students going to Sandwich West per grade, how many are in that area. We looked at all of the individual students in FI that were in the LaSalle Public School area of that little piece we cut out. And that was initially going to be the program, but then, as we all know, we have a number of portables there right now. In the report, there's also portable allocation for all the different schools that you can see how many are at each one. There's remote learning by the numbers, and it gives the individual schools and each individual grade as to how many students are in each grade doing the remote learning from their home school. And then there's also at the very back, there's a historical perspective of all of the accommodation actions that have happened, many before I was ever in this role, and then many since I've been in this role. And as I went back with the history and looked at it and keep adding to it, it's very impressive how much has been done. And it's interesting too to just see some of the history that I did not know about previous to getting in this role. And then we have one of our tech shops, and we have the Herman Elementary gym, as you can see, that I believe used to be a swimming pool. I think. Is that right, Joe? Yeah. Okay, so I know I think that was fairly quick. I hope anyway. I know there was a lot of information that I've already provided, and anytime there's any questions, please, I'd email, phone call, but I am open right now if there are any.
Trustee Chin?
Oh, thank you. Now I know why you said it's not a burden. You enjoy introducing this. Yeah, it's great achievement. I can see how many work you put on that. So I really enjoy listening that, and I appreciate and your hard work on that. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And let me just say, though, it's a lot of difficult decisions that the Board of Trustees has had to make over the years. And it's difficult in the role that you have, so that's a great job that you've all done to make this the way it is. And trust me, the individuals sitting over here, up there too, and our director, obviously. But they work so hard every day in what they do. So I appreciate the comment, though. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? This is the first year that we've had the report well in advance, as opposed to getting it on Friday night for the Tuesday meeting. So that was really appreciated too. I have one question. When we were given this report a week or so ago, the next day there was a political announcement about the region expects to build 30,000 new homes over the next 10 years. That came out like the day after we got the report. So I wondered if that information was available the time that the report was put together, or if this is new information that might impact the report.
No, we also work with Watson and and we also have our Berger software, and we have the local knowledge as well with our municipalities. So that information is part of this report. Is it going to be the exact number that they say?
Right.
It really, to be honest, never is, because the municipalities are always very optimistic and should be. But for a number of years, there wasn't a lot that happened, and all of a sudden, now it's booming. So that number is probably pretty close. And I mean, even just in talking with the municipality in Tecumseh, I know we're going to have a meeting shortly with them as well, with Watson involved too, because they have their plan where the battery plant is going in, which is literally on the same street as Tecumseh Vista, and it's massive. The development that's going to take place there, I believe, is going to be very similar to what's happening out by Legacy Oak there in LaSalle.
So too. Thank you. Any other trustees with questions in this huge report? Yes. Kudos to everybody who participated in putting this together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And sorry that we kept you till 11 o'clock at night to present it, but it is much appreciated. Thank you. The next report is M4, and you have that in your package with regard to the Workers' Day of Mourning, and I would like to say that this comes as a result of a notice of motion that I brought forward. And yeah, just a minute, we're almost done. And it was a notice of motion that I brought forward and that the trustees supported, and that this report is exactly what I was looking for. So I wanted to say thank you very much to administration for providing it, and take questions if trustees have any. No? And then thank you, because it is exactly what I was looking for, and I'm really appreciative of the fact that there is a learning opportunity that's going to come in with that as well for secondary students. Superintendent Armstrong?
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I just want to recognize our Health and Safety Officer, Tim Lozon, who has been here the whole evening.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
And this is a result of his hard work, in his research. And I just do want to also acknowledge that this, our proposed plan was endorsed by the Public Services Health and Safety Association. And by doing this, we're actually going to probably be a leader of school boards across the province for what we're going to be doing.
That was very impressive. And so I gave Tim a couple candy canes at 7 o'clock to keep him occupied until 11. I don't know if that was enough. Yeah. Anyway, M5, I'm going to try and finish this quickly. We only have 2 more reports. The update on diversity, equity, and inclusion actions, you also have that in your package. I don't know if we need to speak to it or just take questions.
I'm glad to take any questions. There's a number of initiatives that are listed there, and we've been doing ongoing reports for the last year and a half or so on this, so I'm glad to take any questions that you may have, or certainly you can email if you need clarification on anything. Lots of work happening.
Okay. Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, because I don't see in this format, I don't see any embedded links, and I'm wondering in the electronic version, were there embedded links? This is really great information, and it's a public report, and I'm wondering if it's available to the public if they could click on anything and like on the directive, for example, and see it, or click on something. Does it have any embedded stuff?
Yeah, it does not at this time, but we do have in our operational plan, I think, some embedded links, correct, Melissa? There are, or is it an issue of accessibility? We can't sometimes click links.
There wouldn't be any links to the directive or anything new that's happened, so we can work on that though.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess.
Are there any other questions on the report, or you can forward them? Yeah. Thank you very much for this. Another important piece of work that our board is doing. And the last report, I'm going to do this quickly because we're heading after 11 o'clock, is the chair's report. I do have a couple things to report on. One is that I was able to attend the GECPIC meeting on November 22nd, and I haven't been there in a long time, so it was very nice to be able to go. And I was able to introduce Trustee Chin as the new trustee representative. And it didn't take her long to get involved in the work that they were doing that night. So thank you, Trustee Chin, on taking on that role. And it was just a nice experience to be able to attend the meeting. A reminder that our trustee orientation will be continuing with the workshop on Monday, December 12th. Just a reminder at 5 o'clock. And I want to thank all administration staff who have been taking part in the
It's in your calendar.
Yep, in the orientation workshops, because it's been really good work for all of the trustees to be attending these workshops. So there was an invitation that went out maybe last week.
Last week.
It was last week, I remember that. So this session, again, a reminder, Monday, December 12th, if you missed the email, Monday, December 12th at 5 o'clock. Okay? And then just lastly, I would like to say that there are a few months that have as many multicultural celebrations and traditions as the month of December. And for some families, it might be Hanukkah, which starts December 18th till January 1st. For some, it might be Yule, which is December 21st to January 1st. For some of us, it's Christmas, December 25th. And for others, it might be Kwanzaa, December 26th to January 1st, just to name a few. One tradition for our school board at this time of year is the winter break. It's a well-ingrained tradition, and the last day of school will be Friday, December 23rd, and of course returning Monday, December 9th. It's a little bit unusual that December 6th is our last board meeting for the month of December. That's a little bit unusual, but that is a result of the change in the Municipal Act, the election being moved up, the date that we started being moved up. So that might be something that our bylaw committee might be looking at with regard to the impact of the change in the dates. But so it is odd that December 6th is the last meeting for December. So that's why I'm mentioning the celebrations in December, the winter break, and lastly, my best wishes to the trustees, to our staff, and to our students for a very safe and happy and healthy holiday season. And with that, we are going to recess back into private session.
We have the striking committee report.
Oh,
Addendum.
sorry. Okay, because we had an addendum and I missed it. Okay, quickly. M7 is the report of the striking committee, and just a couple words on that. Thank you to Trustee Cook and Melissa LeBoeuf and Director Kelly for helping us through this exercise. It's not always easy to give everybody their first choice or second choice or third choice, but we did try to balance it as best we could. And I wanted to just quickly mention that we decided with the City and School Boards Liaison Committee and the county and school boards liaison committees who have never met. The county one I don't think has ever met, that I can remember. Yeah, it's a phantom committee, and the one with the city, some time ago, they advised that it was only going to be staff and not the political people. But anyway, we decided at the striking committee level that we were going to send letters off to both those groups asking if in fact these committees exist on their end, because if they don't exist, we're just going to stop this appointments. So, Trustee Burgess?
On that, if I could, when I say it's a phantom committee, the county and board, it's not because I don't think that there are items that we can speak to the second tier county council at and meet with them on lots of different things. Active transportation, for example, was one thing that, we had a committee and we weren't meeting with CWATS, which is like a huge, thing. So I don't think that you won't find things that go on the agenda. It's just there wasn't a mechanism in place. So the fact that they don't meet shouldn't necessarily mean that they should never meet.
No, but if they don't even have the committee established at their end, then it doesn't make sense that just our board, out of the 4 boards,
I totally agree,
has that committee. So we just wanted to get that clarified from the city and the county. Trustee McKinley?
Yeah, just to clarify, when I was the chair in 17 and 18, the city and school board liaison committee did meet several times to come up with bylaws.
Yeah, they did
And
meet.
then
a
I
few
don't know
times.
if they met the last 4 years, but.
No, they haven't met, and they turned it into an administrative committee without.
Sorry, Trustee
the
Superintendent
right one?
Armstrong could answer that because it's changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's funny you're bringing it up because we haven't had any meetings at all in this school year. So I've been emailing the city engineer about why we're not having meetings, and it seems like they don't see the value in those meetings. They're not as efficient, so we haven't even had one.
That's why we're sending the letters. Yes. So we didn't appoint any alternates to those committees because they haven't met, and by default, it's the chair and the vice chair that are members. So those letters are going out to see how relevant this is for us to maintain it. Trustee McKinley?
Also, when you're sending out that letter, send it, CC all the counselors. Some of them may or may not even be aware of it, and they might actually bring up concerns.
Okay.
Counselors, if they were aware of a said committee.
Yeah, I have to think about that because I'm not sure if it's appropriate. It would be up to the city administrator to tell us if they have this committee on their books or not.
Okay.
That's what we're looking for. Trustee Cook?
I was just going to say, we sent the letter out. Can we just wait till we get a response and then have a big discussion? I mean,
Good idea.
So now that we're recessed and back into public session, and I just want to make sure that
Well, we're-
private session. Sorry, Trustee Burgess.
a motion to move beyond 11 o'clock and to go into private session.
Okay, thank you. And seconder? Trustee Sipcar, thank you. All those in support? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Now in private session.
Right, I'm just going to wait because
Yeah.